Good Thursday night, world, and welcome to another episode of Lab Talk with the Dog God, aka the Coach, aka the Elon Musk of high performance working dogs. That is me, he is I, and I am he. Yeah. Oh, yes. Another Thursday, man, into this new year. And of course, salute to all you, my brethren. Salute to my brother ready with that pole position. Big salute to my brother ready for all his support, man. Always standing by his boy, man. Always giving me valuable information. Just being there when he don't even have to. You know what I mean? He know how much I appreciate him, but you need to show your appreciation amongst everybody to the ones that you appreciate. You know what I mean? And I definitely appreciate you, Young Ready, because you show rather than tell. You know what I'm saying? Very few individuals do the show and tell, but you show rather than tell. So big salute to you, Ready, my brother, man. And big salute to, I think we got B Bakaria or the Bakaria with that second place. My brother from Canada, all the way from Canada, man. Big salute to you, the Bakaria. And big salute to Cooper. Cooper with that third place, that 1, 2, 3. And Coop, he goes, hey, coach, are you planning on the breeding between AK-47 and Snow White this year or next year? Just wanted to know. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Cooper is blind. Y'all might not even know that. Okay. So if you see any misspells and all that type stuff, you know what I mean? Don't fault Coop for that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever device he's using to get his words out, you know what I mean, is probably doing what AI do to us, and automatic spell check and all that shit do to us when we be typing real quick and all that shit, talking real fast. So, but hey, big salute to you, Coop. To answer your question, man, hey man, it could go down. It could go down. It all depends on how everything lines up. It all depends. You know, but I've been promising y'all the menu. I've been promising you guys the menu. So it depends on how everything lines up, but it's definitely on the menu. It's definitely on the forefront of the menu. So, things to make you go, you know what I mean? And I know you'll be around, Coop, to see it happen. So yeah, 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 shit, it's 2026. So, God willing, man, we'll see. We'll see. We will see. Lucky Mills, my brother, Lucky Mills. Big salute to Lucky Mills. Uh-huh. Who do we got here? Oh, Hired Gun Canines. Big salute to you, Hired Gun Canines. Big salute to my brother. We got my brother Blue Line Kiddos, aka Bill in the building, man. AKA Bill in the building. Bill, man, you need to be showing that Shaka daughter that you got, man. Bill, you need to be promoting that all black Shaka daughter that you got, man. Man, oh man, Bill, I wish you would show that bitch, man. Have that bitch in the best shape of her life, and you need to be showcasing that bitch. You know what I'm saying? That would definitely just some little tips. You know how we do? We do coaching tips. You get that bitch looking right, get that bitch looking nice at the dice with her genetics and her fire and desire. You showcase her right, bro. That'll catapult, man. She'll catapult your shit, man. She'll catapult your shit even more than what you're doing right now, Bill, with your program and your promotions of your dogs, man. She'll help catapult you already to even higher heights on top of everything that you're doing. Because you know how they love them black dogs. The world love them black dogs for some reason. You know what I mean? You see how much love they get to Black Hawk. Anytime I put Black Hawk out there, they going crazy over Black Hawk. You know what I mean? So you got these black dogs. You take advantage of that. What people like. But with that Shaka bitch you got, man, shit, man. All that muscle that bitch got on her just genetically, just the genetics alone, her muscles are gonna pop. You put her through some conditioning and really dial her in, man. That man, she could definitely help catapult you, man. So, shit, you need to showcase that bitch. Bill, gotta showcase her. What else we got on here before I cook? Tony has done it again, my brother Tony. Big salute to you, Tony. Appreciate your support. As always, appreciate your participation in the class. Yeah, big salute. We got Inquisitive Dejin. My brother Inquisitive Dejin in the building, man. Appreciate your support too. Inquisitive Dejin. What else we got before we got Rogue Wolf in the building. We got Rogue Wolf Project in the building, man. Big salute to you, Rogue Wolf, man. Oh, you know how we like to do. Oh, we got Verde Bulls. We got Verde in the building. Young Verde in the building. Verde's in the room. Big salute to you, Verde. Big salute to you, Verde. Higher Gun. There's two lives going right now. There's a vertical live going, and then there's a horizontal live going. You're in the vertical, which ties into your cell phone. And depending on which live you in, it's the same live, but depending on which live that you in, you might not see the chats. So, that's kind of how it goes when StreamYard has two options: the vertical option when you're on your phone, or the horizontal when you're just watching YouTube. So that's the reason why there's two chats. There's two chats, but we all in the building. Trust me, we are all in the building. But without further ado, you know how we start the classroom up. If you like your herbal sensations, man, get your backwoods, your paper planes, your Swisser Sweets, your Garza, your bongs, your edibles, your beverages with infusion of herbal sensations, your dabs, your pins, any way that you partake in the herbal sensation, get that bitch ready to go. Get your lighters ready to go. And if you like hops, the taste of hops, man, you like your beers, right? You like your drafts. You like your light beers. You like your dark beers. You know what I mean? Any type of beers that you like. So many options of hops. You like your malt liquors. Anything that you like that has the taste of hops, make sure that bitch is cold. Make sure you got your mug. If it's not cold, it should have already been in the freezer by now. Because you know how we operate. We like to be prepared, ready like Tevin Campbell, man. We like to be ready like Tevin. So that shit, get that bitch out the freezer, put it on the table, pour your hops into the cold mug, and get that bitch ready to go. And if it's not in a cold mug, get that bitch ready and crack that bitch open, man. And if you like your hard liquor, you like it dark skin, you like it light skin, you like to take a shot, or if you like to sip, get that bitch ready to go. And if you like the coach, you like to make a concoction out of it, you like to do a little mix here and a mix, you don't do your mixologist, your Sir Mix-a-Lot, like how we do with the dogs, man. Get that bitch ready to go, because you know what the coach got? You know how the coach like to keep it simple, man. Like the KISS method, the keep it simple, stupid method, because life is hard as it is. You know what the coach got, right? I got my vodka lemonade. That's right. My vodka lemonade. Big salute to all my brethren. Big salute to all my high performance working dog engineers, man, for this new year, man. Let's level it up this year, fellas. A lot of work, and more work 3 times. Let's pray to God for prosperity, blessings, favor. We need favor out here in the field of life, man. We need favor. Let's pray for all that while we put the work forward to get it, and ask the Most High God to open them doors for us. Open the doors for us, please, Lord, please. That's what I'm asking every day. Every day on my knees. But cheers to y'all. Cheers. Love y'all. Let me get another one. Oh, yeah. Big salute, man. I'm excited for another classroom in the books. This Thursday, the second Thursday of the new year. We kicked off the new year right. and did a great classroom. I want to give a shout out to my brother Reddy. My brother Reddy. Always, you know what I'm saying? It's Reddy, man, you like an advisor, man. You like an advisor. And when you have let's say a team environment like we have over here with this high performance working dog engineered squad, supercomputer, super brain computer that we have, it's always good to, drop ideas into your teammates' ears, to give them food for thought. You know what I'm saying? And Ready, man, he being the man that he's always been. You're like, hey, coach, you say, you know what you need to do, coach? He said, man, we need to make them damn lives, the classroom that we do, we need to put them in them clips, man. We need to get this out there to the world, and I've always just on my own, just where I'm at, I've been comfortable being in the realm that I am as a one-man band. And I didn't come on this internet shit as a dog man to be famous. I came to showcase my dogs and what I do. That's what I wanted to showcase. It was never about me. Even this classroom wasn't about me. It was about bringing people like myself, like-minded, forward-thinking dog men and dog women who might be where I'm at, who might even be ahead of where I'm at, who might not be where I'm at, but we have a place where we can kind of feed off each other and motivate each other. And then I can, give the information that I'm always being asked all the time and through my DMs and PMs, people, ask me questions all the time. So I did this just to give back, give the information that I've learned through experience, through studying and et cetera, to give it back in a classroom form, So I never seen it as something that would get big. I never, see myself being a Joe Rogan of dog podcasts. None of the sort. It was more just, okay, this is my opportunity to interact with like-minded dog men and dog women. We can learn together. We can elevate each other, push each other. But, brother Reddy was like, hey, coach, he's like, man, it's time for you to, chop and screw, man. We need you to chop and screw them lies we doing. You gotta share them lies, bro. You gotta put them in a short. You gotta push those. And I told Reddy, I was like, Reddy, man, what's so crazy is that what you said is the same thing my wife told me. My wife told me that same thing. She's like, Daddy, you need to be promoting your lives and shit. Like, what are you like, bro? You got 119 lives in the books. And I know you don't be asking people to like and share and all that type of shit. No, you don't care about the fame and all that type of shit, but the information that you're putting out there, you need to put it out there in clips because it's, in our classroom, we teaching so much and people, their attention span is so minuscule. They have a short attention span. They're not in it to learn. They don't like long form content. Like me. I like an in-depth lesson because I'm really trying to learn. But most people want to be triggered and stimulated mentally. Ooh, 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 ooh. And then, they want those endorphins of stimulation to hit. And once that dies down, then they're on to the next. So Reddy hit me with that suggestion. And, I'm like, man, I mean, shit, my wife told me and my brother Reddy told me. And then, salute to Reddy because Reddy pushed me over the edge. Reddy pushed me over the edge. You know what I'm saying? Like, coach, man, what the fuck you doing, coach? Like, come on, man. Like, bro, they ready for it, coach. You know what I mean? Push that shit. So I did it. I made 2 shorts this week. And, confirmation, man. Reddy was right. Confirmation. My wife was right. I mean, only did it about 2 days ago. And we get momentum. We getting dialogue off of our content. And like I said, I know it's a lot what we share in the classroom as a whole. However, those little bits and pieces for those people with the short attention span, it gets to the point for them. So I want to give you a salute again, Reddy. I mean, I do listen. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know that shit about the coach. Like I told you, my style is, I got a balanced style. as a coach, man. Like I said, if y'all know anything about NFL football, which is my favorite sport, y'all follow coaches and shit, like I do, you know what I mean? I correlate who I am to NFL coaches and shit. You know what I mean? And like I told you, I'm like Coach Dungy's coaching style, which he's like real laid back and he rarely yells and he's real personable and all that type of stuff. He understands and all that stuff. He relates to his players and shit. And I relate to all y'all, but then I got the flip side, man. I got the flip side too. I got the Bill Belichick, what I'm saying? And the Bill Parcells style. You know what I'm saying? No nonsense, no bullshit. You know what I mean? I might tear the locker room up. I might grab you by your helmet, shake you up. Nigga, I might yell in your face. Nigga, I might tell you, sit your fucking ass down, shut the fuck up. I might do some of those things, but at the end of the day, because y'all respect me as the coach, y'all know it's not personal. It's just some man shit. You know what I mean? It's like me letting you do something right and you almost get the squad killed. Now we think about it. We in a war. Let's bring this to a warfare analogy. And I'm the leader, front line with y'all. And we're a team our lives depend on each other. And we got, a couple of cowboys on the squad. And we know they're cowboys and they're valuable, but sometimes they do things reckless, like they do things recklessly. And then when they do things as a team, as a leader, y'all look to me to make sure everything is tied together correctly, make sure all the relationships is correct, and everybody gets handled accordingly as individuals. And let's say that cowboy does something to jeopardize our lives. And me having that Coach Dungy style doesn't resonate to the cowboy, right? That he's a cowboy. He don't relate to that. But me being Bill Parcells, when you risk the life of the squad, we all gonna lose our life. And we all elite. We all different personalities. Y'all looking at me like, Coach, you need to check that motherfucker because I'm gonna check his ass. He almost cost. You know how it is. You know how it is when you're on a team of real hitters. We on a team of real hitters, right? Elite cats, and they looking to you to do it. Like, Coach, if I would have did, I would have killed them right there. You know how motherfuckers is real savages, and you got some real savages on your squad. Like, Coach, if you ain't gonna get him, I'm gonna kill that motherfucker. He almost had us killed, man. I'm tired of him. You know how when you're on the team. But I'm the coach. You see what I'm saying? So I'm the coach, right? So I'm going to get in his ass right in front of the squad and dare him to challenge me. Because at the end of the day, he knows why. The cowboy knows why I'm now Bill Parcells. He's not going to get in his Whitney about me getting in his ass. Because he knows where it's coming from. And that's my position. And then once it's done, he accepts it. And then all the teammates like, man, you lucky that was the coach. You lucky the coach checked your ass. I was going to kill your motherfucking ass. You almost got us killed. You better think for the team. You know how it is when you're on an elite squad. Some of y'all ain't never had an elite type level individuals around you where you guys hold each other accountable and it's serious and you don't get in your Whitney. You don't get in your emotions as men. You got a lot of men these days ain't never had that environment where we can get in each other's ass and not feel like, oh my God, you're downplaying who I am. No, you care about me. That's who I am in my coaching style. I care about y'all, man. I care. But I got to be balanced, man. Sometimes you're going to get it sweet. Sometimes you're going to get it sour, man. I mean, shit. But just know it's out of love, man. It's out of love. But I digress. Let me tell you about my week. So, as every day is always work day when it comes to the dogs, taking care of the dogs, all the shit. And it's a low frequency time of the year because it's winter time and all that shit. And my time with the dogs is just maintenance and just interacting, but more maintenance than anything else. And every day I'm always assessing my animals, assessing them, and every day I deal with the freaking nature. I deal with all of them, but I deal with the freaking nature. We're gonna speak about I'm gonna speak about the freaking nature. AK-47 chopper, the double XL pit bull freaking nature. Okay. And this week And this is not even this week, it's almost every day, y'all. Because I know what I got coming up on the menu. And I look at AK every day and I see him and who he is. See, as a coach, you need to know your players, man. Everything about them. As a dog man or dog woman, and if you're an engineer like me, you need to know your animals. Every inch of them, everything, mentally, spiritually, physically, everything. I know AK. I know all my dogs because that's why I'm the dog god. I'm the dog god. So anyway, I'm looking at AK, right? And I'm looking at this. I'm just looking at this God-given animal, and I'm looking at his phenotype in his rawness of phenotype. His bone structure, frames. I don't know how the coach feel about them frames. I'm looking at his head, how it's shaped. I'm looking at how his mouth, how long it is. I'm looking at his eye shape. Like I'm assessing every part of him. I'm looking at his length of his body. I'm looking at his angulation in his rears. And then not only am I looking at that, I'm looking at how intense he is every time. Like how you can feel the intensity. Not only can you see it with your own two eyes, you can feel the spiritual intensity of him, right? You can feel it. And then, of course, when I come around and it's chow time, he's showing out like, that's what they do. They show out, daddy's here, daddy's here. You know what I mean? It's like as a soldier, you say, oh, the general's here, attention. To a dog. That's how it is a dog. But they're not at attention. They're going, it's Animal House. You know what I mean? They're going crazy. The energy's hype. Like, oh man, the dad's here, dad's. So I see him when I come around. I see him. He get that shit. Start doing that chattering on his bone. Make that noise. Jumping. Niggas doing damn near 100 jumping jacks. Back to back. Niggas 5 years old. He gonna be 6 this year in March. Doing them jumping jacks. Jumping. I mean, I'm looking at that. And I'm knowing, you guys and gals, if y'all watching, that is going to be in my formula, man. That dog right there, AK, the freak of nature. Not only is he a freaking visual phenotype and visual genotype, what I mean by visual genotype is what he can do, his internals can do. Not just what his phenotype look like in his physique, but his genotype look like in what he can do internally, right? I'm looking at all this in my notes. And me knowing that I can reproduce what I'm seeing, I'm like, ooh, that AK-47 Malinois is going to be like, if God blesses me, gotta say if, because it's up to God. We know it's a genetic lottery. We learned about this genetic lottery, y'all. We know when you cooking in the lab, it's a genetic lottery. We taught that class. So if God blesses me with a blender, all I ask God for really is, God, can you give me a blender between AK and Coco? Like a blender. I don't even want AK to dominate it. I want a blender. I can see by looking at AK in my lab notes, I can see what that could be, what that AK Malinois could be. Oh my God, like, this week I was just like, oh my God, I'm the game. And this is why I love that we are in this high performance working dog lane. I love that because people like myself who has a vision, who is an artist. I'm not a breeder. Some of y'all are breeders, and that's fine. Not the coach, not the dog guy. I'm an artist. I have a gift. I have a gift from God. Not everybody has a gift. Not everybody has a talent. I have many talents, but this right here with the dogs, I have a talent from God. I know I do. I know I do. I know I do. I done proved it to myself. Myself only one that matters. I look at AK and I know I know what I see. I know what God gave me. I know what he can produce. I done tested it. I'm like, man, God, if you gave me just a 50-50 of the Mal in AK, oh my God, that just the visual alone will freak motherfuckers out. The visual of that dog alone, just the visual, not even what it can do now. The visual aspect of that dog, 50-50 blender would freak motherfuckers out. You ain't never seen no German Shepherd like that. Shout out to them Czech German Shepherds. Those are some big German Shepherds, but they're not going to be like these. They're not going to be like these. And I'm not even talking about inside. I'm talking about an overall build, the build of it, right? The flare in the shoulders, okay? Them German Shepherds, they got them straight shoulders. They're straight up and down like the Malinois. Straight shoulders, straight fronts. You know what I mean? They got, you know what I mean? They got their little rear, whatever, you know what I'm saying? They ain't got the nip tuck. If I can get the flare, the shoulder flare that AK got, and the bone that AK got, okay? Perfect blend with the Malinois. And I get that nip tuck. I want that nip tuck in my shit too. I want that nip tuck, man. I want that nice little nip tuck in there. I want the deep rib cage. The AK got that deep ass rib cage with the nip tuck. God, I want that nip tuck. See, I'm looking at frames, brains, and motors. Y'all know how I'm operating, man. Y'all know how the coach operating the Formula One of this shit. Frames, brains, and motors. Frames, brains, and motors. Frames, brain. I'm looking at that, so I can see that, y'all. So this week, like, the visual just was more vivid than it's ever been just by looking at AK. Not only just looking at AK, but I have two of his sons who are bred differently than each other, who are showing me AK as well. Two of his sons. Different. Bred differently. I got a Band Dog version of AK. And I got an XL Pitbull Draco version of AK. Bred differently, different moms, but AKs. They're AKs. I'm seeing the genotype in them. I'm seeing the intensity in them. I'm like, yeah, you your daddy's son. Now I'm going to say this, and I'm going to get into what I need to get into. But I'm going to say this. Black Hawk. And like I said, I haven't seen Chopper the Man Stopper being tested. You know, like I've seen him instigate with a female next to him and shit like that, and I seen him do some damage and shit when he had a female next to him. I seen him do a little kennel, little like when they bite through the fence when they was trying to fight each other through the fence. Not no fight, y'all. You know, just a little kennel, Only time when I come around, they do that. They act as a little fool. And I had Cowgirl next to him. And, you know, him and Cowgirl would get into it when I come around. So one time they would get into it. So I would see him try to get prey drivey. However, Black Hawk Black Hawk's a whole different beast. So anyway, looking at his offspring, his sons, and then Black Hawk specifically, I've always kept AK from altercations because I don't want to have to break that fight up, because by myself I couldn't do it. I can't. There's no way I could do it by myself. Break him up. He's just too strong and intense and fast, and he bites. So there's no way I'm gonna manhandle that nigga. There's no way. I knew it, and I can do that with every other one of my dogs. I just know I can't do it with him. So I always kept him away from that. So I don't know his pain tolerance and if he could take anything. But Black Hawk, I know where he come from. I know who his mother is. I've seen him as a puppy. Of course, I observed him as a puppy. He couldn't do the puppy dynamic, you know, any type of altercation. He wanted to take it to the point of no return with anybody who's in the confrontation with him. And then what I seen that confirmed to me that Black Hawk has the perfect blend of AK's phenotype, AK's genotype and his mother's genotype is when I had Black Hawk next to AR-15. And Black Hawk and AR-15, okay, AR-15 is a band dog, okay? Black Hawk is an XL Pitbull Draco. Both of them I produced. That's my productions, by the way. I cooked them up. It's my shit. My recipe, my shit. I had them next to each other. AR-15, same age as AK. AR-15 is the ultimate instigator, asshole, etc. You know what I mean? He don't feel no pain, all the shit. I tied him up with Shaka. Him and Shaka, which is, Shaka is AR-15's uncle. Okay. So AR-15 and Black Hawk share the same mother. Okay. Holy Spirit, my blue game pit bull. Oh, I know. Oh, ain't no such thing. Okay, well then, shit, to you ain't no such thing. I done seen it. I done produced it. I done seen it in action, all the shit. None of your business. And matter of fact, none of your business. Anyway, they share the same mother. Now, I know the power of her genetics. I done seen it multiple times in her productions, many productions that she showed me herself. I had Black Hawk and AR-15 next to each other, and AR-15 was doing Black Hawk just like he was doing AK and anybody else. He want to instigate. He's smart. AR-15 is smart. He instigate. If you got a ball in there, you got a bone, he's going to take your bone from you. If you're next to him, he's going to paw at you. If you come next to him, he's going to bite you through the kennel bars. Like, that's who AR-15 is, right? Now, Black Hawk, he's a youngster. He's young. He don't know what's going on. He just, he got a bite fetish like his dad. So he got his little ball in there. He cool with his ball. He ain't paying AR-15 no mind. He's young. He's like, fuck it, I got this ball. He's agitating me. I got this ball. As long as I got this ball in my mouth, it's a pacifier. Man, hey, why? Why did AR-15 take that boy's ball and then was trying to fuck with Black Hawk when he had his ball over there in his spot, but he's still trying to fuck with him and bite him through the kennel bars? Why did that boy Black Hawk bite AK's nose through the kennel bars, AR-15's nose through the kennel bars, and had that boy AR-15 screaming like Mariah Carey? I was like, oh, hell no. When I heard that shit, I'm like, who the fuck is that? I go up there, I see Black Hawk on that boy AR-15's nose. I hear that boy hollering like Mariah Carey. I was like, oh, you done lost your position, AR. You know what I mean? You done lost your position, boy. You supposed to take that. Because in my camp, right, in my dog pack, there's Holy Spirit, Shaka, and AR-15. Those are the ones that have the highest pain tolerance. They'll fuck themselves up on some kennel accident. They'll do all kind of shit, injure themselves, won't make a noise. You discipline them, they're never yite, nothing. AR-15, Holy Spirit, and Shaka. But when I saw AR-15 singing like Mariah Carey off that boy Black Hawk, I'm like, no, you don't, nigga. Nope. So of course, I broke it up, whatever, it's done, moved them, separated off the top, separated. Once that happens, once you get that type of line crossed, there's no turning back. Dogs hold grudges, there's no turning. So I knew that AR-15 wanted revenge. As soon as I broke him up, he was trying to, he thought he was, oh, little nigga. That's how he was thinking to him. So, oh, you got me, but he was trying to get him. I instantly separated him. Never again. But I saw something in Black Hawk that was in his mama, that was in his grandmama, that was in his great grandmama, that was in his uncle, that they don't feel no pain, man. And their prey drive is so ridiculous. Not only is the prey drive there, but Black Hawk has a AK-47 chopper. He got that speed like Bruce Lee and that intenseness where if he see you, he can find a way to get, when he gets you, getting you. And then once he gets you, it's a wrap. But so I saw that in a young age. So anyway, back to what I was saying about this week. Let me wrap it up. Me assessing AK, seeing the blender of the AK Malawal, also the AK Kangal blend, knowing AK is pre-potent. I'm like, ooh, man, ooh, the world, ooh, the dog world, ooh, I'm gonna get my respect. Ooh, these hybrids, ooh, I'm going to get maximum higher vigor. Oh, God might give me a freak of nature. Oh, God might give me a couple of freak of nature. Like all this shit is going in my lab, my mental Rolodex, my lab notes. Is just, I'm like, ooh, I got it, man. So anyway, shout out to this week. Shout out to AK, man. Once in a lifetime dog. Once in a lifetime dog. Once in a lifetime dog, you guys. I'm so grateful. God is good. But anyway, cheers. Cheers. TESD, my brother. Big salute. Florida native, my brother. Big salute. Big salute. Big salute. Ooh. Florida native, he says, putting out the unsubscribe energy. I don't know. Is Florida native, are you talking to me, my brother? Is he talking to me or is he talking to somebody else? Ready? Is he talking to me? Ready? You there, Ready? Come on, Ready. Is he talking to me, Ready? I think he's talking to me, man. Hey, Florida native, I don't necessarily know you, my brother. Oh, you don't see him? Okay. Let me put him on the screen. I'm gonna put him on the screen, Ready? I'm put him on the screen. He says, you chill, bro. Don't be so negative, bro. Putting out the unsubscribe. So he's talking about me. He's talking about me. Stay positive, big homie. I think he's talking about me. I don't know. I don't know, Florida native. I don't know if you're new, man. So welcome to the classroom. Grateful to have you. However, if you are weak of heart, weak of mind, you can't take my coaching style, then you can unsubscribe if you want to, brother. I'm not holding you. This is not a popularity classroom. I'm not here to be popular for you, man. I teach, brother, and I teach real, raw, and my perspective in the field. I'm a player coach, Florida native. I really do what I teach. I don't just teach it because it sounds good. So I just hope that you can respect what's being said and respect my coaching style. If it's too harsh for you, my brother, then I would advise you to unsubscribe and, go to somewhere where it's more suitable to your liking. Because this, I deal at a whole different level, man. I'm a man, bro. Like not man, but just because you got a penis, man, but a man in action. So if you can't handle some man conversation and it's too harsh for you, then hey, but if you didn't mean it that way, hey, it's all good. Let's keep it moving. But I just wanted to address you. If you knew, come on, stay up. You know what I mean? Come on, man, be a part of this shit. You might need this energy in your life. You like real talk. You might need this type of man spirit in your life. Maybe that'll toughen you up. No disrespect, but I digress. Now, I want to show you guys something. I want to do some show and tell. I'll do some show and tell before we get the classroom started. So I was told a year ago that I should do merch. I should do some merchandise. And that was by my cousin, my big cousin. Got a lot of respect for my big cousin, always have. And he was, he had a clothing line back in the day, and he sees what I do with the dogs. He loved my logo and all the shit. He loved my concept. He was like, Coach. They all call me Coach. Salute to my brother, salute to my family. Coach, you should think about doing your merch, man. Do your merch. It's about a year ago. I'm like, nah. I was already kind of feeling some type of way about just the dog game in general. I was, I wasn't really impressed by it. I'm like, nah, I get it. I get it. Branding, everybody do it. I get it. I just don't see myself even going there. He's like, cuz, you got to do it. Coach, you got to do it. I'm like, man, I don't know. I'll think about it. That's what I said to him. That was a year ago. I got a little business I got going on. I was buying a couple of shirts for my little business and shit, sweaters and stuff on Temu. And because it's cheap and them, some work that I'm doing, labor work, so I need some just cheap shit, logo on there, all that shit. So anyway, I was like, fucking, so I'm doing my logo for my business and shit like that, some sweaters and shit like that, and hats. I'm gonna do me one for my just for me. You know what I mean? For my my dog shit, Formula One canines, right? So I got me a hat made, one hat, and then I got a one hoodie made or whatever, right? Long story short, with that, I wear it 3 times out, 3 times. Well, actually, 2 times out, and then 1 time on Trevor's podcast. Long story short, the first time I wear it out is at my brother-in-law's, or my wife's brother. He had a function at his house. And salute to my wife's brother, man. I love my wife's family. Love her brothers. Good men, good people. And my son was there. My son's 29. And, he gave me a hug. What's up, Pops? You know what I mean? What's up, son? Wop, wop. He's like, Dad. I was like, what, man? He said, I need that. I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, I need that. I need that hoodie and that. I need that hoodie and that hat, Dad. I need that. I need that. I'm like, oh, you talking about this? He's like, yeah, that's my son. Like, that's hard. Dad. I like that. That's hard. And I had my logo on it. My hat had the logo. I had my logo on the back, logo on the sleeve. It's something basic, man. Some cheap Temu little, you know what I mean? But I mean, it looked cool. But it wasn't nothing, it wasn't nothing major. But just how clean it was, you know what I mean? So that was one. That was 1. 2, I was out, went to a function, little friends function for the holidays. And someone I didn't even know that was there. Didn't even know him. Met him through just because part of the environment. We all came together and people invite who they invite. And I had my hat on, my hoodie on, and some jeans and shit. You know what I mean? And the dude was like, hey, Formula One canines, man. Shit, what's up? Tell me about that. That's dope. I like that. Tell me about, man, Formula One canines, dope. I like that. And so, he was, paying attention, giving me my kudos on my little Temu. You know what I mean? Like I said, it don't look cheap though, but I mean, I'm just letting y'all know. I'm letting y'all in. That's what I just coach do. I let y'all in, man. So, you know what I mean? Like, damn, I was, give me my props. My hat look clean. You know what I mean? It don't look cheap. It don't look cheap though, but I'm just letting y'all know my hat don't look, I got my hat printed at a real place with the embroidery type shit. So anyway, gave me my props and shit. I'm like, oh, all right, whatever. I'm not even thinking nothing of it. I'm just wearing it, just representing my shit because I got it now. Now I got it. I do that interview with Trev, man. Shout out to Trevor with Fit Bullies, World Pet Health. Shout out to Trev, man. Y'all know him. Y'all know who Trevor is. Fit Bullies, World Pet Health. Shout out to him, man. Always supported me, man. He don't have to. He don't have to reach out to me. You know what I mean? But he does, and I appreciate it. So, Trev, you hear this? I appreciate you, brother. Straight up. Because you ain't, you busy you busy, Trev. You a busy man, but you think about your brother over here, the coach, man. Like, man, let me holler at the coach. I ain't talked to him in a while. Let me. So, I did the interview with Trev. And I put my little shit on and, just to represent, because now I got it. And then I get a call from Gerald, man. Gerald from All World Doberman. He was like, hey, coach, I done seen your interview, like, hey, I want to interview you, man. And I mean, I'm interested in what you got going. I love it. You know what I mean? So him and I talked on the phone a couple times. And he was like, hey, coach, I need that merch. Coach, send me, send me some of that merch, coach. I need that merch. That shit dope. I need that merch. I was like, hey, I gotta be real with you, Trey. I gotta be real with you, Gerald. Like, I only got one hat. My son said the same thing. Like, he's like, nah, man, you slipping. You know what I mean? Like, I'll get that shit overnighted right now. Like, that's how he was pressing me on it. Like, real shit, Gerald. Like, I have this one hat and one shirt. So anyway, because it's a new year, y'all. Because it's a new year. And I'm getting pushed over the edge, which is, just, embracing who I am to this dog thing full embracement this time. Not not doing the hokey pokey with it. You know, like, do I really want to give it my all as far as everything that encompasses it? Not just the dogs, because I give my all when it comes to the dogs, but everything that encompasses me being a part of this dog world and my influence on. Do I want to give it my all, or do I want to give the hokey pokey? Put your right foot in, or put your right foot out, or put your right foot in. And yeah, come on, y'all know that. That's what the coach been doing with the whole dog game as a whole, because I'm not really impressed by it. Not impressed by it. I'm impressed by what I do, but not the game. So anyway, the light came on. It's like, you know what? I don't ask nobody to donate to me. I don't ask nobody to cash at me. I don't ask y'all to share my shit, my content. I don't ask y'all for nothing. I don't ask for nothing. I don't. But this year, it's like, you know what? I give a lot of my time. I give a lot of my knowledge. I give a lot of my experiences. I show. I'm here. I stand for this. I really am in the forefront of this high performance working dog movement, right? I'm in the forefront of this shit with what I do. Not only that, I have a lot of gifts, man. I'm very creative. I'm an artist. I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna do this merch shit, I gotta make sure I stand out like I do with the dogs. Plural, right? Multiple dogs. I got multiple dogs that I stand out with. Multiple lines that I've created that I stand out with too. Multiple lines. So I gotta put the plural on it. So I gotta stand out if I do it. I can't be regular. I gotta have something that, even if you got a kennel, even if you got a dog program, you know, I don't want no charity. I want my brothers or whoever support me, sisters, whoever support me, when they see that shit, I want to be like, yo, that shit dope. Nigga, that shit dope. I gotta get that. Oh man, I'll rock that. Even though I got, you know, Verde bullies or, you know, young ready kennels, whatever y'all got, right? That shit that coach got is so hard that I gotta rock. I mean, shit, that shit dope. I gotta rock it. That shit looks so damn next level. That shit, I gotta rock it. I have to. That shit's cold. I had to come at it from that angle. I had to come at it like that, like an artist. Okay. So you know what the coach did? I was like, you know what? I got, you know, just I got to take my dog serious. Everything else I do serious. You know, everything that I do is at a high level and shit. You know, if I'm gonna do this merch shit, I got to make sure my merch is on a level to where anybody and everybody who's into dogs, even if you don't like dogs, like not even like dogs, but you're not even into dogs. Like how I met that individual at my friend's party, and you know what I mean? He don't have dogs, but he know what Formula One is. He seen that logo with the dog shit. He was impressed by that shit. He saw how I had it all clean and shit. He was like, oh, I like that. Motherfuckers who seen it for the first time, I need that. So I'm like, shit, I need to get in the lab then like I do with the dog. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to show you guys some samples that I worked on, and I want to know what y'all think. I want to know what y'all think. And if you like any of them, okay, reach out to me in the DMs. Say, coach, I like that. I like something that, you know, tell me that you're interested. You want to support me. Not just support me in just your money exchange, but support me in the fact that if you exchange money with me, just like when you exchange money, if you ever get a dog from me, that you're getting something in return. You're just not donating to the coach just because I'm asking for you. Hit the cash out. And that's nothing against anyone who gets that type of love. I respect all of you. If you get that love from your supporters, respect. However, I don't feel right asking for money from grown men and grown women. I don't feel right. I want to offer you something in return of your hard-earned money that is on the level or even greater. And with my merch that I'm going to be working on, that I've been working on for the past 5 days, I designed probably over 100 designs already in the past 5 days. Dope, ridiculous designs. I'm going to share a few of them with y'all. I'm going to share them. Just a few designs. That's how cold I am when it comes to my artistry and my vision. But I want to bring something to y'all to where when you support me, you're going to feel good about it. Not only the fact that I help coach, I help coach this movement, but when I wear the merch, I got people just swinging on me about it. Matter of fact, they asked me where I got it. And then I'm sending my brother coach referrals because it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I rock this around my family, my kids, they all on me. They're like, damn, that shit's dope. That shit's fire. So I'm going to show you guys that. We're going to share this today. Let me share my screen. So the first thing I'm going to share with y'all is the hats, okay? All right, so I'm going to put it on my screen, and I want you guys to let me know what y'all think, all right? So here we go. Okay, so these are the hats, all right? So we got the black hat, okay, with the Formula One K9s embroidery. We want to make it big, in your face, all right? So we got that. Then we got the Formula One with the red bill, with the big Formula One right there, K9s in your face. You know what I'm saying? We got to make a statement with that. So we want it big in their face, right? We want you to see it, right? And one thing that's dope about my logo, my brand, Formula One K9, I mean, damn it, man. I mean, shit, it doesn't really, even though it has something to do with my program and my dogs, I mean, it's for any dog that's on that level, Formula One. That's what I love about my brand. Anybody who has that level of dog, you can represent it. Formula One K9s. I mean, shit, your dog, if your dog's on that level, you can represent it. And when people see that, they ask you, damn, Formula One K9, oh shit, okay, Formula, you got them type of performance? Yeah, high performance K9s. That's what I represent. So that's why I love that anybody can rock my merch, and they can relate. If you're into formula, if you're into performance or high performance dogs, you can relate to it. Then I got the circular one with the big circle in your face. We got the black one. We got the one with the red bill, okay? We got the hats, man. Look at the merch, man. Top tier with the engravery, top tier, okay? Top tier premium type shit. I'm going premium type merch like I do with the dogs, okay? I'm not half-stepping with the merch. I want you guys to feel like, damn it, man, I'm getting quality. So when you decide to support the coach, you getting something in return that is quality at the same damn time, okay? So we got the hats, man. What y'all think about them hats, man? What y'all think about them caps, man? What y'all think about the motherfucking caps? Yeah. Ro, they snapbacks, man. We got to go to snapbacks. And I went to flat bill. I like the flat bill, but you know what? I mean, if you guys want y'all want the ones with I could do any type of hat. I could do any type of hat for y'all. You know what I mean? It's the design, the logo, the embroidery. You feel me? What it represents, high performance working dogs, what it represents, Formula One, the highest level. People know when they see that F sign, and you know how much prestige is in Formula One racing. That right there is like seeing a Gucci sign when it comes to performance. That's like seeing Louis Vuitton when you see that F. Anything but high performance, you see that F right there like that. That's like Gucci, Louis, Fendi. That's like seeing a Rolex sign. So motherfuckers are, they already gonna be like, ooh, that's clean. Ooh, what's that represent? And like I said, it's so universal. Even though that represents what I represent, it can represent what y'all represent too. Okay, let me show you some other shit. Let me show you the Formula One hoodies. Okay, the Formula One hoodies with the logo. Let me show you that. What y'all think about them hoodies, coach? What y'all think about them hoodies, man? We got the Formula One right there on the chest. We got the nice little circle badge, the circle badge on the sleeve. And then on the back, we got the big boy logo, the Formula One, the big boy logo. And then we got frames, brains, and motors. Ooh. Frames, brains, and motors. Ooh, that's conversation. That's a conversation piece right there. What y'all think about them hoodies and them t-shirts? And we got the t-shirts. We got the t-shirts that go with it. The t-shirts, you want t-shirt. Then we got the damn hoodies. We got the hoodies and the t-shirt. Look at that. Look how cold. Look how premium that shit look, man. Look how clean that shit look. Look how premium and clean that shit look, man. Look how clean that motherfucker shit look. With some nice jeans and shit. You know what I'm saying? You out there clean. Come on, man. Universal. You know what I mean? Ain't no gimmicks. Represents what we represent, high performance working dogs. Represents that Formula One. Frames, brains, and motors. Oh, man. Jean-Claude Van Damme, it, man. I told you when the coach do something, I got to set myself apart, man. I have to set myself apart. I can't do no regular shit. That's not who the coach is. Hey, Coop. Hey, Coop, man, I wish you could see this. Hey, Cooper, I wish you could see it, man. Make sure whoever is your site, you already know what time it is, Coop. You know what I mean? They're going to tell you like, oh, yeah, coach did his thing, Coop. He dialed you up. Coop, any side. Hey, any side. See this right here? I just did this mock-up so y'all can see what it looked like. I got the designs. I can put them on any size, man. I can put them on any size. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use premium hoodies and premium shirts. I want a premium brand. I don't want your shit to just fade out, wash out. As soon as you get it, you get the shit fade out, wash out. No, I want you to be able to rock the hoodie for, a couple years if possible, man. You take care of it. You can rock the hoodie for a couple years. It's quality hoodie. You can rock the shirt probably for a year, man. If you wash it and you hang dry the motherfucker, you know what I mean? You can rock it for a year and shit. You know what I mean? I want some quality material. I don't want no regular shit with that Formula One with my logo on that shit. That logo right there that represents high performance, the highest level of performance for canines, frames, brains, and motors. Come on, man. All right, so I got some more to show you. I'm gonna show y'all, man. I did I got 100. I got more too. But I did 100, but I'm gonna show y'all a few of those. Here, let me show you this one. Let me show you this one. We got the high performance working dog engineer. Okay. We got the high performance working dog engineer. Okay. Hoodie and the t-shirt. Okay. We got the wrench and then we got the gear right here with the logo, high performance working dog engineer. See how clean we keep it? You know what I'm saying? See how you walking around? Even if you, whatever kennel you got, whatever kennel and dog you brand you represent, you can still walk around with the coach's Formula One and just represent top tier dogs, top tier high performance dogs, and still be comfortable, even though you rocking coach's logo, but at the same time, it represents what we do as high performance working dog men and women, engineers, high performance working dog engineers with the wrench and look how clean that shit. Look how clean that is, man. You gotta have the clean shit. We gotta have the clean shit. We got to have the clean merch, top tier shit. We got to have the clean shit, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm going to set myself apart when it comes to this merch shit. I'm going to set myself apart when it comes to this merch. I'm telling you, I'm going to make it worth your while to donate to the coach. When you exchange your money with the coach, when it comes to the dogs, you get top tier, next level shit when it comes to dogs. When you spend thousands of dollars when you buy dogs off the coach, you get top tier shit. When you spend whatever you spend on this merch, you're going to get top tier shit too. You ain't getting no weak shit. We ain't getting no cheap shit over here. I ain't doing nothing cheap, man. Okay, let me show you some next. Let me show you another one, okay? Let me show you another one. Look at what we got here. We got the Got DNA We Do. Y'all know I had to make that one. Y'all know I had to do the Got DNA We Do. Y'all know I had to make the Got DNA We Do. Look, Got DNA We Do. Look, we got the DNA. We got the DNA right there. We got the turbo. We got the turbo charges. We got the turbos right there. We got the fire right there. We got the checker flash. We got the logo on the bottom. We got the shirt. You know what I'm saying? Put that bitch in the front on the shirt. We put that on the front of the shirt, man. Right? Got the t-shirt. Got that shit on the front. Then we got the logo on the back. Formula One K, but we got you on the front of the shirt with the DNA and the turbochargers and the, I mean, come on, man. What y'all think about the Got DNA We Do shirt, man? Come on, man. What y'all think? I mean, Reddy know I'm raising the bar. Lucky, you know I'm raising the bar. Come on, man. This ain't regular shit, man. I'm raising the bar. This is what I do. This is what I do. Okay? Yeah, Verdi's like, tough, coach. This is what I do. Got DNA, we do. Salute, Tony. Got DNA, we do. Come on, man. Look at the graphics on that shit. Look how clean that shit is, man. Huh? The hoodie. You know, we got to have the badge. You got the badge right there. Come on, man. Then we got the Formula One on the chest. Come on, man. What else you got, coach? What else you got for the world? Come on, man. Let me show them some more shit. Hold on. We got some more shit. Hold on. We got some more shit. I can't show you it all, but I got some more shit. Check out this one right here. We got Built for High Performance. I'm showing you all the clean shit first. Built for High Performance with the look at that. Look like a damn near like a Corvette sign. Look like a Corvette sign, but it got the dog right there. Formula One canines. Built for High Performance. Come on, man. What? Damn, coach, are you killing them with the merch? Are you killing the world with the merch? Come on, man. I'm raising the bar high. With the merch, man. I'm raising the bar higher and higher and higher with everything that I do. Built for High Performance. You got that bitch on the back of your hoodie. You got the Formula One right there on your chest side. You got the logo right there on, you know what I mean? We got the patch. We got the patch right there on the goddamn sleeve on the shirt. You got the logo in the back. You know what I'm saying? So when people see you from behind, they're automatically going, this conversation piece when they see that Formula One K9. Then they see you on the front of your shirt, Built for High Performance with the goddamn, look like a Corvette type logo, but it's got the dog, Formula One K9. Oh, come on, man. Come on, coach. You going to kill the merch game too like you're doing the dogs? Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm about to kill the merch game. Okay. Let's see what else. Hold on. Okay, here. Let's do something, man. Let me show you. Let me show you the dog. Now let me show you the dogs. Okay. Since I talked about AK, we're gonna let AK be first. I had to make a shirt for AK. And I made a whole bunch of different shirts. I got all kind of dope ass shirts for AK. I got all kind of dope ass shirts. All kind. I did over 100 of them. Dope designs. Okay. Dope design. Hey, who's the master? Show enough. Who's the master? Show enough. Big salute to you, Show enough. Hey, Show enough, you want to stay around and watch your boys' merch? Show enough, you want to check out the boys' merch, man. I done stepped my game up. I done offered premium merch. I'm killing everybody when it comes to the merch. Ain't nobody's fucking with my merch like they not fucking me with the dogs. Here we go. Watch the AK one. Here we go. Boom. Look at the AK one, man. I got a whole bunch of them with AK. Look at AK-47 chopper, the bone crusher. Look at AK with the bone in his mouth. Look at AK with the animation, with the fire, with the Draco in the background. Look at that shit, man. Stop playing, man. Stop playing with the coach. Stop playing, man. That shit go hard. Who's merch fucking with the coach right now? That shit go hard. That shit go stupid, dummy, crazy hard. You walking down the street, I already know. Hey, Reddy walking down New York, you know what I'm saying? The streets of New York and shit with that motherfucking AK-47 chopper, the bone crusher fucking hoodie on. Stop playing, nigga. They gonna be like, oh, that shit hard. They gonna be like, Reddy, that shit hard, Reddy. Where you get that shit from, nigga? That shit hard as fuck, Reddy. Where'd you get that shit from? Reddy, where you get that shit from? Reddy gonna be like, oh, man, I got that from the coach. I got that from my brother, the coach, Formula One K9s, man. I got that shit from the coach. That's what my brother Reddy gonna say. You know what I mean? We got the Formula One on the chest. You know what I mean? We gotta have that uniform. We got the badge. The shirt, right? We got the shirt, right? It's gonna be on the front of the shirt. You know what I'm saying? Then we got the logo on the back of the shirt. Come on, man. The Bone Crusher with the animated AK with the bone in his mouth. Come on, man. Jean-Claude Van Damme, man. I love playing show and tell. I worked hard on this, y'all. I worked hard on this. Here now, let me show you the one I did for Black Hawk. Let me show you the one I did for Black Hawk. We got to get one for AK Sun, right? Check this one out. Bam, man. We got to do it for Black Hawk. We got to do it for Black Hawk. We got to give Black Hawk an animated play. We got Black Hawk right here with the hawk in the background. Then we got him doing the face-off. We did the face-off because we got the hawk in the background with the two wings. So we had to do the little face-off, right? With the wings open, the Black Hawk wings. You know what I'm saying? See how I tied that in with the Black Hawk and his wings spread. And then we got his head, two heads facing off. Huh? Formula One, the XL Pitbull, Draco, Black Hawk. Huh? Come on, man. Still got the logo on the front, clean. Got the Black Hawk on the back. Design. You know what I'm saying? We see, I did it like this, and I got some real ones too. I got some one with the real, you know what I mean, the real images looking like type shit. I got all kind of shit, man. Okay. But see, I was thinking about the kids, man. I was thinking when I did these animated type plays and shit like that, I'm thinking about when I was in high school and shit. And, you know, my homies is coming with the different shit, you know what I mean? And, you know, when we was younger, you know, we like to be kind of flamboyant and shit with our clothes type shit. We want to have some shit to stick out. So, you know, I was thinking like that when I was, you know, doing some of these designs. I'm like, man, I got to have some shit where the kid, when the, you know what I mean, my nephews type shit would be seeing it. They'd be like, yo, I need that. Like how my son was like, Dad, I need that. You know, he's 29, 28. Dad, I need that. I need to look at my younger nephews and shit. Niggas like that, you know, man, oh shit. I need that. Look at that Black Hawk. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Got the shirt to match, man. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. Come on, we got more, man. We got more, man. We got more. Okay, let's do Coco. Let's do Coco. Hold on, do I got another one? Hold on, we did that before performance. Did we do that before performance? Yeah, we did that one. Let's do Coco. Okay, I did one for Coco. Check out Coco's, man. Check out what I did for Coco. Bam! Look what I did for Coco, man. Stop playing with me, man. Look at that. Battle ready. Look what I did for Coco. Battle ready. High performance war dog. Look what I did for Coco, man. Look at she got a little shit in her mouth. And if you look at, you know, you guys probably can't see that unless you got your screen blown up. You're right on her damn fucking vest, her war vest. It says Formula One K9s. It says Sergeant Coco on her goddamn vest. Look what I did. Come on, man. Come on, stop playing with me, man. All you Malinois lovers and shit like that, Dutch Shepherd lovers, man. They see that shit battle ready. They see that shit. They're like, oh, I need to get that. They're like, oh, coach, I need one of those, coach. Oh, Formula One K9s with the mal on that bitch. Oh, I need one of those, coach. Okay, they won't even care that it says Formula One K9s on her vest and it says Sergeant Coco. They won't even give a fuck about that. No, they see that Malinois right there with the goddamn mouth, and they see all the military and shit in the background. You know what I mean? Her, you know what I'm saying? High performance war dog. They see that shit. Battle ready. They gonna see all that shit. Like, I need that, coach. They're like, I need that, coach. They gonna be like, I need that, coach. I need that. I need that, coach. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm raising the bar, man. I'm raising the bar. What else you got, coach? Hey, what else you got, coach? Here we go. Rest in peace. But we got to make one for Jaws. Look at Jaws. Bam. Look, I had to do one for Jaws. I had to do one for Jaws. Rest in peace, Jaws. One of my popular dogs, one of my most popular dogs was Jaws. Got to do one for Jaws. Look at that. Jaws with the great white, you know, with the Jaws great white type writing and shit. Apex Predator. I got the great white shark, and I got Jaws coming out. You know what I mean? Come on, man. I got to do it for Jaws. Apex Predator. I got to do it for Jaws. I got to do one for Jaws, man. Apex Predator. Come on, man. The collection is just so extensive, man. The designs, I mean, damn, I spent 4 or 5 days, day and night, each and every day designing shit, working on this shit. working on this shit, day and night working on this shit. All kind of different. You see how they different? You see how they're different? They're not the same. You see they're different. As an artist, you know how much thought process that takes? Huh? Jaws. Okay. What else you got, Coach? Hold on. Let me come on. We almost done. I'm just want to show you a couple of them. I can't show you all of them because we'll be here all night. It'll be a show just on the merch. You know what I'm saying? I just want to show y'all because shit. It's time for me. It's time for me to get some donations, man. It's time for me to get some donations, but I want to give something back to y'all. I want to give something back for your donations and supporting me. Okay? Something of quality back. Instead of saying, hey, can you send me your cash up? No, I want you to, and then I want you to be proud when you wear the shit. Because when you wear it, motherfuckers will be like, yo, where you got it? You know how it is when you got some nice shoes on, or you got your nice chain on, or whatever. You got your nice watch. Your partner see that shit like, yo, where you get that? Oh, your shit. Oh, that's dope. That's fire. See, that's how I'm gonna do it. That's how my merch is. My merch is gonna be like that. My merch is gonna be like that. Now watch this. This one right here. I love this one right here. Check out this one right here. Ooh. Hey, look at this Red Bull merch. Look at the Red Bull merch. Look what I did with the bull. Look what I did with Red Bull. Buff Dogs Red Bull. Red Bull with the bull, with the Red Bull in the back with the Formula One. Look at that shit. Y'all can't tell me that ain't hard. Y'all cannot tell me that that's not hard right there. What y'all think of that Red Bull? What y'all think about that Red Bull hoodie with that Red Bull shirt? What y'all think? Hey, Coop, I'm taking orders right now. I just haven't presented everything yet. I just haven't presented everything yet, Coop. But I'll let you know, Coop. Cooper, I'll let you know. Ain't ready. That's hard, huh? Huh? Hey, you guys in the back. I know. Hey, you haters in the back. I know it's hurting you. I know it's hurting y'all. I know y'all be watching from the back because y'all really fans. I know it. Y'all really fans. But just learn from my example. Don't just hate just because you mad because I be in the front doing shit. Don't be hating because I be in the front and y'all be in the back. Just come over here, fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? Be a part of it. Yeah, we want you to be at a standard. There's a standard when you fuck with us. Yeah, you got to be humble when you fucking with us. Yeah, you got to play your position when you fucking with us. But it's okay to be a fan. I earned it. I earned this shit. I earned my position. I earned this shit. I ain't just ain't talking this shit because it sound good. Nigga, look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. Is your merch like this? Huh? People, you niggas in the back. You're in the back. You're in the back of the class. Your merch like this? Huh? No, it's not. Take notes. It's okay. You can trace me. It's all right. I ain't hating. Oh, he copied me. I don't give a fuck. Copy. I don't care. Trace me. But just know who did it first. That shit go hard, huh, Tony? Hey, Tony, that shit go hard. I know that shit go hard. What else I got? Hold on. I got something else for y'all. Hold on. What else I got? Okay, let me remove this. Let me remove one of these real quick. Let me remove one of these. Remove. Okay, hold on. I got some more for y'all. Let me remove. All right, let me see. Got a couple more. We're going to get started. I got to do a show and tell, y'all. Come on, man. Let Coach do a little show and tell before we get into the classroom. You know what I mean? I worked hard on these. I worked hard on this shit. You could tell. I worked hard on it. This ain't no fucking riff-raff shit. No elementary. This is top tier. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Oh, that's right. I gotta move it. Hold on. Bear with me. So we're gonna do this. That's right. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. That's right. And then we're gonna do this. That's right. Okay. All right. Bear with me. Thank you guys for showing up, man. Thank you guys for, letting coach do what the coach do. Let me show y'all my shit. Come on, man. Let the coach do his shit. You know what I'm saying? At least it's worth watching. At least it's worth checking out. At least that shit ain't no motherfucking elementary shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit top tier. Just like my dog's eye. Hold on. Let me see. Is it unleashed? Hold on. Unleash the power. Hold on. Gotta make sure I get the right one. I'm gonna show you this Red Tiger one. Hold on. Let me show you Red Tiger. Rest in peace. Red Tiger Senior. Well, I got Red Tiger Junior. Ooh, y'all ain't even seen him yet. Y'all ain't seen the teenage Red Tiger Junior. Ooh, y'all gonna be impressed. I already know. I know y'all will be impressed by Red Tiger Jr., but rest in peace, Red Tiger, because I had to do this for him. Ooh, look at the Red Tiger hoodies and shirt. Look at the Red Tiger shit. Y'all, hey, look at the Red Tiger. Look at the Red Tiger in the background. Look at the lettering. Look at the fire eye. Look at the Red Tiger merch. Look at the Red Tiger merch with the Red Tiger in the background with Red Tiger. Look at the Red Tiger merch. Formula One right here. Come on, man. The Red Tiger merch. What else I got to show y'all before we close this shit out with the merch? Because, I mean, shit, I got so many of them. I'm just going to show you a few. I'm just going to show you a few of them. What else I got? So we did the Black Hawk. Yep. We did Built for Performance. Oh, I don't think we did the Built for Performance one. Maybe we did. Yeah, maybe we didn't. Let me see. Built for Performance. Let's show that one. Okay, yeah, we did that one. Okay, hold on. So we need to do this. I think I got another one here. Hold on. I got one more I think I got for y'all. Let me make sure I got it. Let me make sure I have it. We got Built for Performance. That's right. Then we got the Engineer. That's right. We got, yep, that's right. Red Bull. That's right. Red Tiger. Oh, it's this one, Unleash the Power. This is the last one I'm going to show y'all. Okay. So then we got the Unleash the Power. We got the Built for Power. And then we got the Unleash the Power. Okay. Look at that shit, man. Look at how raw that shit is. Look at that shit. That shit belong on a goddamn car hood or something like that, man. Like the Corvette. That shit belong on a car hood with the dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all see the Corvette? You know what I mean? I've owned Corvette, so I know. But anyway, you ever see the Corvette sign? You know what I mean? That's the inspiration for that, by the way. That's the inspiration for that. Formula One K9s, Unleash the Power. Formula One K9, see how that goes? See how that go hand in hand? See how you can just rock that? Even though you might have bullies, you might have Cane Corsos, you might have any dog, you might be a whole different whatever, you have your own kennel brand, but you can rock this shit as if it was like Gucci and Louis for dogs. And motherfuckers ain't gonna question you like, hey, they're gonna be like, yo, that's dope, that shit fire. Nigga, that shit go hard. Formula One K9's gear for the elite. You like that? For the elite. Formula One K9's gear for the elite. I digress. Let me go ahead and drop this link, man. Let me drop this link, man. Let me drop the link. So I just want to share that with y'all. I am taking pre-orders. I will be showing more options on my Instagram and my Facebook. So if you want to support the coach and you want some dope ass gear, I got so many like cool dope ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Holla at me like coach, man. Let me get a hat. let me get a hoodie. Let me get this type of, like what you got. Show me what you got. I want to support you. Let me know. You serious? I'll let you know the prices. No, guys, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm going only quality. I don't want no cheap shit. So I'm going quality material. So the merch ain't gonna be cheap, man. Cause I want quality, man. So it's not gonna be cheap. So just don't think you're gonna get a $10 shirt and shit like that. don't think you're gonna get something like that now. Okay. It's gonna be premium. It's gonna be a premium product. If I do that with my dogs, I'm doing that with my merch. I want you to have something. If you donate to me by purchasing my merch, I want you to feel like you got quality when you get it. I wanted to look quality, and I wanted to feel like, yo, Coach really put his foot in this motherfucker. Yeah, Coach did this shit. And I want you to wear it with pride when you are around whoever you are, and know, like, if you was walking around with my dogs, I'm like, yo, where you got that? Yo, where you get that from? Yo, where you get that? I want one of those. And guess what you're going to do for your brother? You're going to give me a referral because I need it. You're like, hey, Coach, man, I got your man. Your man. All my partners want one. All my partners, my partners, they got that money, man. They want that. They want that. But they want this one, man. Hey, Coach, I want to get the collection, man. What's up? What's good? Can I get the collection? You know what I'm saying? This shit go hard. That's what I'm doing is merch. That's why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for that level, just like I'm doing the dogs. But let me share my link. If you are qualified, please hit the link. If you're qualified, come on up and, we'll get to this classroom, man. But I thank you guys for your patience. I thank you guys for allowing me to share with you the direction that I'm going as well. I added merch to my dynamic as a dog man. I feel honestly like I brought you guys a premium product. I have a lot of different ideas to where it has nothing to do with my dogs. Just nice, dope ass slogans that tie in with high performance that you can just wear, period. You know what I'm saying? That you can just rock, period, because you're a high performance working dog, man, and it'd be dope. Should be clean. You know what I'm saying? Should be classy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm thinking of shit like that. That's what I want for us. You know what I'm saying? So please support your boy, man. Support me. I need it. Caveman.
What's that?
Okay, man. You are you near a TV, Caveman?
No.
So you can't even see what I posted, huh?
Barely. I get the idea of it, and I can see the different color contrasts and shit.
Yeah. You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go.
I couldn't see all the design.
Yeah, you gotta go and see it. You'll be proud of me, Caveman. You be proud of me, man. You like, damn, Coach did,
Yeah.
Salute, family.
Salute, ready.
Ready? Yeah,
Ready.
I've been saying like because I've been talking about fundraising too with my seeds, and I just told somebody that the other day is the way to do it is with merchandise. Even the Girl Scout cookie brand, that's how they made all their money, was the clothes, not with the genetics.
Nah, that's a fact. I see the cookies sweaters all over the place.
Salute.
Birthday, man. Hey, what y'all think, man?
Yeah, man. All that joint is hard, man. Definitely gonna cop up.
Frame, brains, and motors. Definitely gonna cop that one up. That's gonna fit well with the black hats.
I mean, with the hats and all.
That joint gonna fit well with the Jordans.
Hey, Ready, was I capping Ready, or did I come through, Ready?
Nah, you came through 100%. That's what it is, though. That's what it's about. New year, new chair. Gotta put these MFs in their place, man.
I mean, and it's by showing them. You know what I'm saying? That's all we gonna do. We just gonna show the dog world that we serious about what we do. We do know what we're talking about. We're not only do we know what we're talking about, but we're doing what we're talking about, and we're willing to extend the olive branch.
Correct.
We're not here to hate on nobody. We're not here to draw the line unless you want the line to be drawn. Then we can draw it.
Facts.
Hey, Coop, I don't know if you follow me on Instagram, Coop. You need to follow me on Instagram, Coop. So I don't know if your mom is there. You need to tell your mom, like, hey, go find the Dog God, aka the Coach, Instagram, and follow me and DM me, Coop. And then whatever you need, Coop, I'll line it up for you. You know what I'm saying? I'll line it up for you, Coop. But yeah, man. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. Well, we got a good cook up tonight in the classroom. Let me put that in the ticker, man. Let me put that in the ticker tonight, like I always do. Okay, we're gonna do a master class. Okay, how to line breed competition / working dogs correctly in theory and in practice. Okay, now we know over here that everything plays. What I mean by that is that all tools in your breeding toolbox is what we use, and it all plays for a reason. So we don't shun inbreeding, we don't shun and downplay line breeding, and we don't shun and downplay outcrossing, because they're all relevant to creating a high performance working dog or any dog. But since we're in the high performance working dog lane, this theory and these breeding practices is all relevant to us. But I wanted to do one for us in general, us high performance dog man and dog women engineers, because there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. Okay. And what I'm going to do in this classroom is like we did for our Malawal masterclass, where we're going to have an individual who, I would say is a pretty solid representation of someone knowing how to line breed correctly. And he also had someone else with him to tag team on the subject. And we're just going to, listen and, elaborate on what they're talking about, and then how that even relates to what we're doing when it comes to competition, high performance working dogs. Okay. So we're going to do, that. All right. So we're going to listen, and then I'm going to stop, ask questions. Feel free in the chat, right, to, ask your questions as well. Catch Dog Enterprise, my brother, big salute. Feel free to elaborate, ask your questions in the chat. And, we'll definitely get to y'all's questions and stuff like that. But just pay attention in class, you guys, because this is something that we have that's very unique. We do have a classroom setting. This is a place where I want us to learn. I want us to be dog men and dog women engineered nerds. Like, this is like calculus and physics. This is like going to that level class. This is like if you were an elite soldier, you're getting accepted into BUDS training for Navy SEALs. Like, it's only a few of us who even get selected in this type of classroom environment who has the mental wherewithal and the patience to be able to listen and learn. That's why we do this here. Not for entertainment, only for growth, only for progression. That's why we are all here tonight on Thursday night. So if you want to learn something, please pay attention in class. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, hold on. Let me remove some of this here so I can share my screen. All right, and then let me add this here. Okay, so y'all see that on the screen?
Yep.
All right, cool. Now, let me do this. Make it big. Actually, no, we don't need to make it big. All right, so I'm going to play it, and then, like I said, we're going to stop, and we're going to elaborate on what they're talking about and relate it to what we do. All right. Which what they're saying is tying into working dogs anyway, but this is how we're going to interact with what they're talking about. So just pay attention. And when he starts showing his charts and stuff, I will blow it up so you guys can see it and you can follow through what he's talking about. Okay, so here we go.
That's not out of the way. You got to do a little plug there. Otherwise,
that's great. I'd just like to add that, hey, this is about sharing information, experiences, that everybody has. And there's a lot of different ways to do things. So we're not saying your way is not, this isn't the only ways to do things. There's a lot of ways to get to where we're going with all this stuff. We just
that's
want
right.
to entice people to do their research. You don't have to listen to what I'm saying. It's the end all be all or anybody else.
I'm going to stop there. He said, do your own research. We tell you guys that all the time. Do your own research. And I respect OGs and dogmen with experience when they say that, because they have authority in their own experience and they've studied the way they've studied. They know, they learn how they learn, but they're also telling you at the same damn time, even though I'm saying it, you ain't got to listen to me. I'm just sharing it, but you should also do your own research. That's what they're telling you. That's why Coach always tell y'all to take your own fucking notes. Take your notes so you can go and do your research, because I can't do the work for you. Caveman, Reddy, Verde, Chat, all of us, we can't do the work for each other. You got to do your own work. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Let's carry on.
But you should go and research it for yourself. It just better your program for yourself.
Absolutely. Don't listen to us. We're not going to tell you what to do or not to do. We're going to give you information.
Yes, sir.
And that information came from books, came from seeing dogs, came from practical experience. A lot of the information we'll give you is not different from what other breeders will give you. But we're here to talk about genetics and how it impacts performance and how to develop a line. Now, there are a lot of videos on my channel. There's a playlist regarding genetics. Many of you have seen me on Joe's channel, NWA Connie Corso. Some of you have seen me on the Raul's channel, QBN channel. There are a lot of videos on genetics on my channel. With Jordan today, Jim from Jordan Shorty Jacks.
Hey,
I missaid it.
I think the first thing we're going to get to is the prepotency, if it matters, right?
We're going to matter prepotency of why it matters. So without further ado, let me share a screen. Bear with me, and I'm going to bring up some points, then go to Jim. Bring up some points and go to Jim. Okay, that's how we're going to do. We're going to do it. Okay.
Then I'm going to flip it back up. I think you're going to put it all on me. Let's do it.
That's it. Yep. So let me see. Bear with me, guys, as I share the right screen, because I have a lot of.
Alex, you don't even have a bear in the room with you. What do you mean?
Okay. So one of the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to just bring up something which already I have opened, and I'm going to go over that. Does everybody see this screen, Master Breeders Chihuahua? Does everybody see this screen?
I can see it on
Okay, good. Then the audience can see it too. So this web article, it'll be here in the description, Chihuahua World, jimdofree.com. I'm going to put a link in the description. These are the actual articles written by Lloyd Brackett, not like somebody explaining it to you, but these are the actual words as written by the man in 1960. He took all of his knowledge and more than 15 years of breeding, and from 1946 until 1936 until 1960, put all of his knowledge into this article. Now, line breeding is family breeding. So people say, well, isn't line breeding and inbreeding the same thing? The answer is no. Line breeding and inbreeding is not the same thing because, let me stop sharing that for a moment. Okay, everybody see my face again because I just stopped sharing for a moment. Line breeding and inbreeding is not the same thing, because when you're inbreeding in the immediate family itself. So father to daughter, full siblings, half siblings, mother to son, These are examples of inbreeding. Now, why would you inbreed? If you're starting a new breed, let's say you're starting a breed called the German Shepherd, and it is now 1899, not 2025. You would breed the best dog you could find. Has to be a high quality dog, which is disease free, and a good example of what your breed type will be. So in the German Shepherd, it was Horrid von Grafeth. That was the first German Shepherd. I don't know in Jim's case in terms of terriers, but it's the same concept. You take the ideal dog, you breed it to 4 or 5 of his daughters. Why so many? Because some of them may not turn out. Some will carry forward his characteristics and some will not. So when you're breeding animals, it's not a certain thing that that dog will pass. It may pass through one daughter and may not pass through another daughter.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there. So how do you feel about that? K-Man, how do you feel about what he said about inbreeding and line breeding? And then even when he talked about the play with the German Shepherd and how the start of it, you know, and how they took that male and they bred him to 5 different females, which is actually his daughters. Like, anything you can elaborate on that, K-Man?
No, not really. I mean, I agree with that. We talked about this before. The pups only get half of his genes, each one. So you have to breed multiple ones so that this pup with this half of the genes matches up with another pup with the other half of the genes out of that dog.
So then what? You breed those two together to get the full percentage?
Right. Which you don't because of the recombination. But in a simplified version, you know, the genes split in half. But yeah, there is some crossover where that's what makes everything so complicated, where you can't just do these simple theories and make them work because of recombination. You know, when the tails, they swap genes from one chromosome to another.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, like I said, we know we're gonna elaborate on there. I don't want him to go through and give us the answers to everything. I want us to cook on it before he gives us his answer at the same time. So that's why I stopped. Right. I want to hear you guys' opinion and stuff like that. And also in the chat, like I said, participate in the chat, man. It's classroom shit. You know what I'm saying? You can raise your hand, but raising your hand is just putting, inquiring as well. So I'm gonna carry on.
Through something called gene recombination. And you would inbreed to start off the breed because you're increasing what is called prepotency. You're increasing the ability of that sire to pass himself. I just said a mouthful. I said gene recombination. Let's talk
that's
about.
Right.
Go ahead, Jim.
That's right. Once they crossing with other breeds to develop a type of dog, then they line breed.
Right. After that, right.
I have to stop right there. You heard what the gentleman said about once you do your crosses or mixing with other breeds to get your type, then you line breed.
Then you line breed, yep.
Did you hear what he said?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we heard that. Some people don't in the back, the motherfuckers in the back that just be, they come to our class just to be in the back. They really like what we do, but at the same time, they don't want to give us our respect. If you don't want to give us our respect, it's fine. You know what I'm saying? We don't give a fuck. But we learn from motherfuckers who studying it because they really want to learn, and they've learned it, and they got their own program. They got more gray in they mustache and beard than I do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. I'm 47. I got some grays in my shit, but not as much as theirs. But at the same time, though, we can respect what they have to say, because when you're in the field and you're actually doing this shit and you're doing what they're talking about, which is how they created a German Shepherd or any other breed, and how they took different breeds or different types and bred them together, and then finally got their type, then line bred, then they line bred to lock it in. This is why it makes sense in the lab for us. This is what I want you all to lock in your brain as engineers. Like, it's a process, y'all. It's a process, and everything plays in that process. You can't get a pure actual breed of a real breed type without this particular process that they're talking about. There's no one without the other. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay, cool. Let me carry on.
Ready to fine tune it all, you know.
Correct.
for the
You first
factory.
create the breed by inbreeding, and then you line breed not to create congenital defects from breeding so closely. So initially you inbreed, but then later on, as the population size increases, then you line breed. That's a good point, Jim. That's a very important point.
Back in the
Now-
older days, what they do, that they didn't have like now we have testing to help with a lot of those genetic
Diseases, right?
diseases and stuff, you know, and they didn't have it back then, so they had to develop a better eye over time, over
Right.
generations. You know, if they got the information back from their buddy's dog or fellow hunter's dog or a relative, a dog that they put with a relative, if they got that information back or they saw something affect the animal, then they could back up and be like, okay, these dogs were caused to be affected by a disease that they didn't know they had. But now we can
Correct.
say,
So, correct. So basically, inbreeding. Just to clarify, inbreeding itself does not cause disease. If you go to your local vet, he'll tell you, don't inbreed, don't inbreed, it causes disease. Inbreeding does not, I repeat, does not cause disease.
it's already in. It's already in the
It's already
population.
in the it's already in the population and in the genes, okay? Just as easily you can have an uninbred dog and it also could have a disease. Inbreeding by itself does not cause disease. What inbreeding does is it breeds the disease genes to the surface. It doesn't cause the disease. In other words, let's say you have a capital B and a lowercase b, B uppercase being the dominant gene, lowercase b being the recessive gene, and it meets up with another partner, which is also a dominant B and a lowercase b. We're talking about one gene out of out of a lot of genes. Now, you're gonna have four combinations: two capital Bs, two upper and lowercase b's, and then another combination would be the two lowercase b's. The two lowercase b's are the recessive genes. When they combine, if that happens to be a disease-based gene, now you have two copies of it from both sides. So it's not that the inbreeding caused the disease, it's that the dominant gene is in front of the disease. See, this is the recessive. The dominant is in front of it. It's called dominant. It masks the recessive. Now, when you remove the dominant, the recessive is right here, combined with another recessive, and now you have disease. In other words, it's not the disease, this disease is already there. You're simply combining two recessive traits which carry that disease, creating a carrier to another carrier. Now you have a double copy, and that's what causes the disease.
And while it's outcrossing allows it to be covered up and passed on as a carrier, and you don't know. And if people aren't testing, or they don't know that the dog has one of the parents have a copy, and they're like,
Correct.
oh, I want to breed this dog, and they've acquired another one, not tested, they breed them together. Like, oh, when they have some affected, you know, by having two copies,
Right.
to find out the hard way, or now there's testing, they test like, oh wow, okay, you know, a certain.
I want to stop there. So, Caveman, I want you to elaborate on this, because you've talked about this, like how he was talking about these copies and they carrying it. Like, what can you add to that, Caveman?
Not much really. He pretty much broke it down.
Okay. Let's carry on.
Percentage, because it depends on those alleles lining up. When it says 25% of your puppies can be affected, it's not 1 out of 4. It's 25% chance that that litter can be affected. You know,
Right.
None
It's,
of
a,
the numbers are like concrete.
it's not that the number would be a quarter of the litter. It's that 25% of the total may have the disease.
That's right.
It's a statistical game of chance, basically. Now, what people need to understand is then
What he's saying is a genetic lottery. So
Facts.
even though your embark might tell you this and your embark might tell you that, and it's 25% chance of this, and you don't know until the puppy show it or not, and you test them and find out that they got it. So we can talk about it in theory, but in practice, you never know. And just think about it back in the day when they didn't have genetic testing, and they were breeding these competition animals with these flaws in their blood, but they were top tier.
They were still winners.
Right. So this is where your ethical so-called breeding practices might get blurred, because if you are breeding competition animals, let's say their career is only so many years, does that really matter if your dog, I'm just talking about, this is real shit. If your dog's career in his competition work is probably his first 6-7 years of life, but then, let's say in his latter years, he shows these disease effects, like to me as
Competition gets rid of that most of
That's
that.
like garbage to me.
Say it again.
So competition gets rid of most of the. It's by natural selection. The dogs, like a weak greyhound doesn't win races. And the same with like the coonhounds and stuff. Those dogs peak when they're 6-7 years old. They're at the top of their game. Where you're like a Rottweiler, Great Dane, stuff like that. They're on the decline.
Okay, well, just think of it like this is how I see it. Think of it like an athlete who, before his genetic disposition, his genetic disposition of having cancer shows up, he was a top tier athlete, or she was a top tier athlete. And then when she retires, she has cancer, or he has cancer, and then they die at age 60 of cancer, but they were a legend in their field of competition. Like that's the kind of thing that makes it a blurred line when you're testing a puppy and it's showing something and you just fucking get rid of it because it shows it. But that dog could have been in his heyday of competition the best at what it does. You see what I'm saying? And back in the day, they weren't testing that. So they let the dog or the horse or whatever perform at its greatest. And let's say, like I said, at 8 years old, he got cancer, but he was grand champion, or he was the best racing dog. Was that dog in vain? Like that's kind of where, us as dog men, depending on what you're doing with your dogs, it's like when you try to predict this type of shit and you're just using genetics and you predicting what you got based off of what's showing in this genetic copy, it's like none of us as humans is perfect. What you going to kill every goddamn human being?
Right.
That got cancer in his in his DNA, got whatever. Like, what you going to kill everybody? Like, that's the type of shit that for me, when it comes to like producing these type animals, I want them to be perfect, but ain't not one motherfucking thing that God created is perfect.
Facts.
Only, even Jesus Christ said that the only thing that's perfect was the Most High God, and he was the most perfect man on the planet. He said, why you call me good? There's only one that's good is God. The only one that's perfect is God. Why you call me good? So this is where I kind of, it's like, do I throw a good dog away because it's showing a certain type of genetic? Do I not breed it because it's showing a copy of this? This is where I'm blurred. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm right or wrong in my blurred lines, but I might be throwing away a top tier competition animal.
Right.
I might be doing it. I might not. I might just be say, you know what? I saved my line from this particular gene, but the dogs after it is trash because they didn't have what that dog had that gene of cancer in them. You know,
that's kind of risky right there.
This is where ethics come. This is where the ethical play along,
I was
right?
gonna say it's risky, but a lot of people is doing it to this day, and that's variety of breeds, like not just American bully breeders, like breeders.
Yeah. Period.
And it's like how, like once again, like Coach say, like not to say like Coach said, like in my words, you feel me? Like how, that's hard. Like if I know I got a dog that's pulling 4,500 pounds and everything else in my yard can barely pull 1,500, 2,000, but I know this dog got a heartwarmer. It's like, damn, how do I just throw this dog away? Like this dog is pulling 3 times of what everything else is pulling with this disease. But once again, it's like if I breed it, I know I will be passing it down.
Exactly.
Like it's so hard like that. Wow, that's crazy.
Exactly.
Yep. You got to, and you have to think that way too. Like, hold on, don't let the dog be prepotent.
Okay, yeah. Now we talking.
Yep.
That means he's pulling that, and his offspring is pulling something similar to him, or even better. Don't let that be in your motherfucking decision-making process.
Shit.
It's like real shit you got to think about. Like, I never, and I'm gonna keep it. I never thought about that. Like before, if I would have known the dog had a heartwarmer, I would have probably just pushed it to the side. But on this type of level in performance, and you know, not just talking about breeding stock, but talking about performance dogs, that's like a whole nother story we talking about.
The old timers didn't worry about that. I'm just letting y'all know that right now. That they didn't even have this type of reality of knowing who had what in their fucking DNA, and you know, like they didn't have that. They just bred best of best.
Or this one's winning, I'm breeding it to this one.
The dogs didn't have all these problems back then.
Oh, that too. They were a little healthier.
You're right,
a lot
man.
healthier.
Okay. Let's carry on. Let's carry on. I just had to, you know, I had to bring that one in there. Just food for thought, you guys. It's just food for thought. We're not saying what's right, what's wrong. It's just food for thought. When you are an engineer and performance is what matters, this is what you think about. This is what you think about. Yeah. Your ethics say, oh, it's got, you know, it's passing on this cancer gene, you know, but this is my fucking best dog and it's producing top tier performers. Do I just throw it away? Think about that. Anyway, I digress. Let's carry on.
He's saying, well, given this danger of disease, then why do it at all? Why do it at all? Well, the answer is that if you outcross all the time and you scatter breed, you can't create a breed. That's the problem. You can't create a breed at all. Number one. Number two, once you have a breed, to perpetuate some outstanding individuals, you have to line breed to perpetuate that individual, because the only way to perpetuate him is to have as much of his genes and his offspring that you can carry forward. And every time you breed, you have half of his genes.
It's the only way you're going to know that you have it is through line breeding to bring it to the surface where you can see it, and then you go forward with the litter with a clear
understanding. Correct. In
clear
fact,
that it's clear of the disease to better the breed and get it disease free.
Correct, because now you can eliminate the carriers, which have a double copy, from your gene pool, and then what remains is therefore stronger, not weaker. Now, you can't keep inbreeding without loss of fertility and hybrid vigor.
Okay, so now stop here. This is where the two-edged sword comes in. It can cut you both ways. If you got a superior dog that has this disease gene and it's a producer and you just found out and it's producing you these performance type animals, but You want to correct it. So in correction, you need to get him out of there. You gotta outcross and get his shit out. Okay. That's damn near like starting over again.
Yeah.
That's you're if you
Lost in the
find
lot.
out that your top tier animal and you find out where it came from, that came from Grand Champion such and such, where that disease came from. That means all his lines carry it. That means we got to clean. That means we got to discontinue everything off his line. You know, like this is what you have to think about now when you doing. I don't know. It's like show dog breeding and competition dog breeding is two different fucking beasts, man. It's so much harder to create a top tier working dog than a top tier show dog. It's so much harder. There's nothing against the show dog world, but a working dog has to have all facets of himself there. The structure has to be functional structure, not show dog structure. The intelligence has to be performance-based intelligence, not just stacking intelligence, right? The motor has to be drive to compete, not just drive to stack. So, you know what I mean? It's different. So you can scrap a show dog easier, even though, the show dogs don't, most of them show dogs got all kind of health problems.
Oh, yeah.
Keep it 1,000. Because they breed, they do a lot of inbreeding a lot to max out that coefficient of inbreeding. Okay. But at the same time, for us, we're breeding for performance. But what he was saying about that outcross is important because if you don't give a F what your dog looks like phenotypically, and all you're trying to do is add something to correct, then, you might wash out, you might wash out that shit with that outcross, you might not. But you're hoping to get a little bit more longevity, or maybe that cancer, that copy of cancer might not hit. Let's say it was hitting your prodigies at 8 years old with the current line that you found out you carry that cancer gene. With the outcross, you hoping to get them at, maybe it hits them at 10, 12. To me, that's progress. To me, because I didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. To me now. Because all my hard work, I'm not throwing it in the trash. That's just me. That's just me. I digress, sir. That's just me. I digress. Let's keep going.
So there's a limit to it. There's a limit of how far you can go and how many generations you can go before you see a disease. So you just can't keep inbreeding and inbreeding and inbreeding. You are not understanding that autosomal gene recombination will not save you. What do I mean by that? Let's define that term, because it's a factor in breeding any animal, any mammal for that matter, or any animal. Imagine in your mind's eye 2 decks of cards. Each deck is 52 cards. There's a red deck and a black deck, just for the sake of this explanation. You took 26 cards from the black deck and you put it on the side. You took 26 cards from the red deck, you put it on the side. Those 2 decks are from the mother and father. The red deck is the father and the black deck is the mother. The 26 cards you set on the side from each deck, you combine those 2, half of those 2, and those are the 50% of the genes across all siblings in that litter. That's the base that all of them will get, okay, that initial 50%. Now, the other 26 cards that are not on the side, but in your hands, you're shuffling them, right? If they're homogeneous, you're going to take a red jack out of this deck, and you'll pair it with a red jack from the other deck. You'll take a queen from this deck, a queen of spades, and you'll pair it with a queen of spades from the other deck. You'll take king of hearts from this deck, and you'll match it with a king of hearts from that deck. In other words, this is what homogeneous means. You're taking the same playing card.
Allelic
frequency is for recessives.
Right.
I'm just describing
Okay.
Homogeneous genes in general. Now, allelic frequency is that there are 2 when you're line breeding, you have to have the same parent, usually a grandparent or great grandparent, on both the top and bottom of the pedigree. Now, there's two processes in play. If the gene is dominant, you're going to create prepotency. What does prepotency mean? It means the ability to pass yourself to your offspring. You're going to have some traits which are dominant and some traits which are recessive. In a prepotent animal, the dominant traits pass. But if you have enough common ancestors in your pedigree, then the recessive pass too, because you're repeating them frequently, and that's called allelic frequency. It's the allelic frequency of repetitive recessive traits. Jim, you wanted to add to that a little bit and explain it a little further to people?
No, it's the ability to pass its good traits and characteristics for what someone likes in their breed. If they have a certain look, or you're trying to better things, trying to do it just off a phenotype, you can do that. You have to know all the grandparents, the parents of that dog, and how was their performance, how is their health, how is all that stuff, because you got to start with a good you're after, and better it from there, because when you start trying to, you don't want to make a inferior
mess
dog homozygous, and then it's working backwards.
Correct. That's a very important point. The most important point that I want the viewer who is an aspiring breeder to take away from this video is the reason you don't want to line breed or inbreed, and I recommend it be not done by most people. I recommend it not be done. I suggest you outcross and you're safe. The reason.
Okay, let's stop right there.
Man.
Let's
That
stop
was
right
the
there. Oh, now we're gonna continue. We're gonna carry. He's gonna break everything down. He's gonna make it make sense, y'all. All right. So, but he just says something to us or to individuals who might be aspiring breeders. He advised that you, as an aspiring breeder, shouldn't be line breeding and inbreeding. You should just play it safe and outcross. Do you have an idea why he might be saying that? Do you guys have an idea?
Yeah, because you're going to be breeding diseases and health problems into your breedings.
Hey, Reddy, it also goes back to that video you sent to the back end, with the dude explaining genetics, that a lot of these dogs is more closer and similar than we think. So when you're doing these line breedings, you thinking, oh, this dog is so generations away, not knowing yet, but this 6, 7 generations, 15 generations back can click up, and if it do, it goes back to what Jim just said. It will revert and start reversing on you. What Mother Nature start playing its own part. That's where you see these people taking extreme bullies to extreme bullies, like he said, breeding phenotype to phenotype. And then you get dogs that look like pit bulls out the litter. You sitting there scratching your head. Whoa, what's going on? That's what's going on. Should have just outcrossed. Should have just took your bully to a fucking bulldog or something, to a working mountain. You feel me? You feel me? Something working. You feel me? You probably would have got what you was looking for, but everybody want to breed for pheno and not performance.
Facts.
Ethical breeders.
Follow us.
Go ahead, K-Man.
No, that was a good explanation. Yep. Because a lot of people, they don't understand, how to read a pedigree to line breed, inbreed, or how to pick complementing traits, or how to help screen. And most people aren't into competition, so.
And they're not even trying to do all of that stuff that you just said. They're just looking, oh, my joints leaking, my joints in heat, hit them.
No, literally,
That's all it is.
Like what they said in the video, bro. Breeding pheno for pheno. That's where it gets you. That's you thinking you studying a pedigree because you looking 5, 6 generations back, but that's not studying. Like he said, studying the pedigree is when you go back, you digress. You look at offsprings and generations. You don't just look at a certain. oh, this Louis V. No, go look at that Pit Boss. Go look at that Invincibles that's also in that pedigree. Go see what
Yeah.
that Pit Boss is doing too. Go see what that Invincibles is doing. Because that is what your bitch might throw. That what might be prepotent in that bitch. So it's like
Right.
you gotta really know. It's more than just, oh, I got some buffed up dogs in my pedigree. No, because you might not get that.
Right, exactly. And the thing is, which they're going to elaborate on, is like when you're looking at pedigrees, right? If you do not know the actual dog's phenotype, genotype, personality, their weaknesses, their fucking, advantages, if you don't know that dog and that pedigree all the way around statistically, then breeding for pedigree and thinking that you can read a pedigree and predict what's going to be in your offspring is fucking obsolete. It don't work. It does not work. A name don't tell you about a goddamn dog.
Facts.
A look of a picture don't tell you about a goddamn dog. It don't. That's why he was saying about that phenotype shit. You know what I mean? You're looking at a picture. Oh, I should get that. Well, no, you don't. You don't know what that dog truly is by looking at it. You know what I mean? So that's what they're alluding to. But they're gonna dig deeper in that. That's why I just wanted to stop right there, just so we can elaborate on that. But let's carry on. They're gonna keep cooking, and we gonna keep breaking it down. So let's carry on.
The reason I say that is because most people are lazy. Most people breed what's in front of them. Most people don't take the time to research pedigrees. I've spoken with people who couldn't name a single grandparent of their own dog. Not one grandparent. Most people don't know how to read a pedigree. They don't know their dog's the grandparents' names. They don't know what characteristics they carry. They don't know what characteristics they want. You have to have a goal, guys. You have to have a vision of what you want. So,
okay, you heard what he said.
Gotta have a vision of what you want.
That, yes, but you have to know the dogs that is in
your dog.
But not just because you know the name of the dog, you didn't know what that dog represents to you in your program.
Yeah.
Not because you know the name of it.
Yeah.
Not because you know what it looks like. You need to know everything there is
know the
when
disposition.
you're reading the pedigree. Everything, not just look at it. Oh, my dog should be like what this dog looks like. Or somebody told me this. No, you need to know it. And most people don't know. Like you said, most people don't know how to read a pedigree. How are you gonna breed if you don't even know what that dog is on your pedigree? How's that?
They don't know the grandparents.
don't know shit.
Further from that, probably don't even know what the parents look like. You just see puppies.
Yeah. You also have to know the breed and dogs in general enough to know the weaknesses in that dog, so you don't double up on them. And you got to select a dog, whether it's out of your line or outcross or whatever. You got to select a dog that will make up for that weakness. Or you're just bottlenecking inferior dogs.
True.
Okay, great. I love it. Y'all, hopefully y'all paying attention in class. I know it's a lot, you guys, but this is how you're gonna learn. You know what I mean? This is that calculus type shit. It's that, you know what I'm saying? That trigonometry type shit we learn over here, man. This is that physics type shit, man. Y'all better pay attention in class. Let's keep going.
if you don't know where your goal is and you don't know where you're going and you don't know anything about genetics and you don't know anything about anything, in my opinion, you're not.
Most of them do know, okay, well, the parents, they're 50%. And they're like, oh, they get all of the genetic value from the man.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Right.
Oh, because you would have a 200% dog, and that's not going to happen. So you get a haploid and a haploid, so you get 50% from him and 50%.
You have a haploid and a haploid, right? But then it's not the same combination every time. In other words,
even per puppy or per litter.
Correct.
If there's no homozygosity.
Right. And not only that, but you don't get 50-50 from each parent. One child may look more like the father, and that one child may be 60-40. In other words, 60% the father's genes and only 40% the mother's genes. So on paper, they're all 50-50.
When you hear the percentages, Alex, when they're like, oh, the parents is 50%, so this puppy, he's got 50%. Well, he might have had more of one than the litter mate, okay, it's not
Right.
going to be, oh, it's 50%. Oh, my dog comes into heat every 6 months on this day. It could be a little earlier, it could be later. Nothing is concrete with the numbers and the percentages.
That's right. This is nature,
So
guys.
it
This is Mother
varies
Nature.
on
Exactly.
puppy.
You heard him. He said nothing is concrete. That's why when I be telling y'all, when you really trying to establish something with your program and you got, a formula, like for example, my hybrids, and I tell y'all to keep whole litters, what he's explaining is why you do that. Because you don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know which puppy's gonna be the best. You
Right.
don't know which dog's gonna produce the genes that you want to pass on. You don't know none of that, because that shuffle of the deck, like how Mr. Alex was talking about, when you do that breeding, that's what it is. And all that genetic shuffle is in each one of those puppies, and they're all different.
Yeah.
They're not duplicates of each other. They're like twins, but they're not identical. Think,
Yeah.
they're born in the same womb, but they're fertilized
They
from
are
different
just
eggs.
different percentages.
Well, they come from different eggs.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, question real quick, coach. So say if we're using two dogs that do have similar ancestry though, would you feel like you would get more of a closer resemblance if you was to outcross complete, like a hound to a catcher?
What do you mean by resemblance? You mean phenotype, the look of it?
No, like overall performance. Like if we was to, like for instance, let's say if we was to use let's say a beagle in the lab, you think we'd get more resemblance out of that if we was to use like a greyhound to a boxer?
The only way you have to make it sense for you in a philosophy, just put yourself on mute if you can.
Okay.
The only way you can make the theory make sense is that if you're crossing something to get something, they need to complement each other. And what I mean by, you don't want to digress to progress. So if you're going to take another dog with another dog, they should complement each other in what they already do, but one should add something over the other. That's how I see it. That's the only way I can see it playing out the way it should. Now, that's not guaranteed though, like they say it.
Copy.
So I digress. Let's carry on.
From dog to dog.
Absolutely. So what I'm trying to explain to you guys is that think you and your brother, human beings, forget about dogs for a second. You are not your brother's genetic clone. You don't look exactly alike.
I look
One-
way better.
No.
He's going to disagree with me.
Okay. My brother and I don't really look alike. So a littermate is not a clone. That's a twin. They have some genes in common because they have the same parents, but they have a lot of other genes which they're only 50% related to each other. In other words, they're not really, and half siblings are only a quarter related to each other.
Approximately. It could
And
be
this is approximately
more
right.
or a little less.
Right.
or-
Exactly.
Depends
And not
on
only
what-
that,
The gene recombination is like a part that's uncontrolled.
it's like a complete shuffling of cards, and you don't know how it's going to shuffle. Exactly.
52 card deck.
It's a genetic lottery. Pay attention in class. Nothing's guaranteed when you're cooking in the lab. Okay, let's carry on.
Like you were saying.
Exactly. And I'm using 52 because that's just a convenient way. But
That's how many's in the deck. If they're not in there,
it's
somebody's not.
78 in a dog. 2 are sex chromosomes. The other ones are not 76. So imagine having 2 decks of cards which are 76 chromosomes versus 52. It becomes even a bigger shuffle.
You mean
So-
like alpha gene, all of these different genetics.
Say it one more time. I didn't hear
All
you.
these different genetics by alpha
Right.
cross.
Different. Right. It's a plus. There's a plasticity in the genome. It's not exactly going to happen every way at the same time. What you have to understand is you're taking an animal that was created by nature, which is the wolf, and you've modified it through time, and it became domesticated. And then once it became domesticated, you started creating breeds with floppy ears, long ears, whatever you happen to like. to suit your needs. But that happened through phenotype matching. In other words, if two dogs look similar, they both have floppy ears, and you breed them together, that's how you initially start creating a type. But once you create a type, you have to create the ability to pass that type forward. That's when you start line breeding and inbreeding.
Alex, I want to poke at you a little bit because
Go ahead.
how it worked with my breed was, it went the wolf into a Jack Russell, and then I think they developed the German Shepherd from the Jack Russell.
Okay. Okay. If you say so. I don't agree with you, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So what I wanted to give the viewer is the idea of a genetic payload. Imagine you have a jet aircraft on a surface to air. In other words, it's not going to fight other planes. It's going to do ground targets, right? And that F-15, F-14 jet is carrying Sparrow missiles. What are the other kinds of missiles, Jim? Sparrows.
They're doing
Air to surface missiles. Multiple kinds of missiles, right? Now,
but they're not going to have to torpedo under the water.
right. So that plane has attachment points for different kinds of munitions, right? Sparrows, air-to-air missiles, air-to-surface missiles, air-to-ship missiles, right?
Tomahawk missile.
Tomahawk missiles, right? Now that airplane is flying and it's going to hit the Iraqi tanks with a tank missile that can penetrate a tank armor, right? Then next target it hits is going to be artillery. It's going to hit an artillery munitions, right? And next time it flies, it's going to hit a radar installation station. Now, that plane had multiple kinds of missiles specific to each job to hit that target. Same thing, right? Those missiles are a payload. They're called a weapons payload.
Right.
Now, think of your genes as a gene payload. The payload of genes from that sperm and that egg meeting are a different payload every time it combines during mitosis. In other words, this egg combines with this sperm. This sperm is a specific genetic payload from the father at that moment of time, and this egg is a specific genetic payload from the mother at that time. Then the next sperm hits with this egg, it's
That's
a
right.
different genetic payload. Then this sperm hits with this egg, it's a different genetic.
Does that make sense to y'all? Does that make sense how it's a genetic lottery every time?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yep.
It's interesting too.
I mean, this is why nothing is guaranteed in what we do. This is why we just can't take theory and cash it like it's a check and it's equal to, like that paper check is equal as cash money in your hand. With genetics, it don't work that way.
Facts. Hit or miss.
Yeah.
Trial and error. Damn. It's real. That's why you gotta keep the whole litter.
Right.
That's facts.
Right. That's why you got to keep the whole litter.
Yeah.
That's right. Because you never know, especially if you're doing competition animals, you have to.
Facts.
I don't care how good we are in the lab. I don't care how good we are in the lab. I don't care how good the sire is, the dam is. I don't care how much your track record was in the past. It can always change every time you cook it up. That's why when you do a breeding with the same pair, you get different variations every time.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Shout out to Chris. Good to see you, brother Chris. We missed you, brother. Welcome back. Let's carry on. Okay, man, you got something to say? I saw you unmute yourself. I don't know if you got something to say.
No, I'm on mute.
Okay, let's carry on.
Genetic payload. So some puppies get the genetic payload where the father's influence is greater. Like some kids look more like their dad than their mom, and then vice versa. Some kids look more their mom than their dad. Same thing happens in
That's
dogs.
right.
So the way to think of gene recombination is you have a weapons payload, like in an aircraft, shooting down targets. It has a different weapon payload per target type. I'm just explaining it from a military analogy
That's right.
point of view. So think of the genes as a genetic payload, and there's a different payload every time it hits. That's how
right.
you think of gene recombination during mitosis.
That's right. The only way that they're 100% the same payload is if they have the same egg and the same sperm.
If the same sperm fertilizes 2 eggs at the same time, then you have a twin. Then it's the exact same combination. That's right. Right now, so what are you trying to do with line breeding? You're trying to create genes which will recombine because they're exactly the same on both sides. That's what you're trying to do. And when the genes are the same, the characteristics you have are the same. The question, however, becomes at which point is it safe to do, and at which point you've approached the danger zone? Where are you where the line breeding or inbreeding will cause genetic defects? And where are you where it'll not cause any defects because they're relative is 5 generations in the past, but you're not going to get the benefit of what you're trying to accomplish either. In other words, that's called tight line breeding and loose line breeding. So let's define that a little bit, Jim. Can you tell the audience what some of the distances and generations that will affect close and distant line breeding?
Well, I acquired dogs that had, because the dogs I was trying to acquire from that I was interested in moving forward with, they were dead or there were no offspring directly off of them. So I was trying to accumulate some prospects to where when I combined them, I could increase,
homogeneous genes, right?
Tidier to bring it back forward. And I didn't know what it was called. Then I seen one of your videos. I was like, backmassing.
Right.
I didn't even know what I was doing, but I knew that's what I needed to do.
Right.
And then I heard you say I'm backmassing. Then you look under, like, you almost can't find backmassing anywhere.
No, nobody explains it. Let me take you guys on a PowerPoint I want to share with the audience, because let me see if I can share this correctly. Give me a second, guys. I'm not that fast with it, so give me a second to share the screen. Slides and PDF.
But, as far as answering the rest of the question while you're doing that, even with if you're breeding within your breed, it technically is there. It's all inbreeding. It's just from almost to none, but it's still within the same breed. So going back and back and back, they're still related. They just don't have any effect on coming forward to add any kind of pre.
Okay, so interesting what he said. That was interesting what he just said. So breeding within your breed is damn near like
It's still inbreeding.
type line breeding, because
Loose line breeding. Yeah.
there you go, okay, man. Line breeding. Okay.
So what? Basically, they're all cousins to an extent.
Yeah, basically it's
Second or third cousin.
Exactly, is a line of tricolored hounds, and a black and tan is a line of black and tan hounds, and a red bone is a line of red hounds. Yep. I'll start with a few a few dogs being crossed and selected and inbred and line bred. As we know, there's been other shit mixed in, to hype up one batch or the other,
So as long as it's not within like the brother, sister, mother, father around there, like if it's like second or third cousins, we out of the riskiness, less of the risk.
You're talking about a conventional breed that's already established, or are you talking about making your own breed?
Vice versa.
I mean, are your dogs already inbred, or you know what I'm saying?
I think he's talking about the breed, right? You're talking about
the breed itself. Yeah, the breed itself. Me breeding to your bitch of the same breed.
Right.
But it's still it's not in the close family, but it's still in the family as a breed.
Yeah.
So would that be like a second or like a third cousin or distant cousin?
Yeah, it'd be like a distant cousin, and I mean, you'd have to read the pedigree and trace them back to see how closely related they are. And
Right.
another thing is how many dogs were actually used to establish the breed.
Mm.
You know, all those dogs are related to 6 dogs or 30 dogs, or you know, what was the basis they started with?
Right.
It was like the Mastiffs. I believe there was like 30 of those left after World War II on the planet that they used to recreate them.
Mm.
That's why you used to be able to just breed any Mastiff to any Mastiff. And they just said Mastiff on the papers. It didn't say
Right.
Spanish or French or English or nothing.
Right. What Chris said?
Chris, hold on. Chris said, inbreed to lock in traits / characteristics, then line breed to bring it forward.
Yep.
Live your life, dogs. What's up, my brother?
Yep. You get looser on the line, breeding as you go.
Yeah, that's the art, and that's what they're going to break down. That's why I wanted us to watch this, because they're going to break it down in a way that we can comprehend as engineers, you know, and that's the big thing, you know what I'm saying? So let's carry on.
Potency or a relationship, blood,
Right.
family wise.
Correct. Does everybody see this screen? I don't know if everybody sees it.
They can see it.
The importance of prepotent dogs. Okay.
That's right.
So in order to create a breed and pass forward, you had to have a concept called prepotency. Now, let me explain that for a second. So what is prepotency? Every breeder, I'm going to read it because why not? Every breeder I know shows and understands the importance of a great sire. And this is particularly true for those dogs to a large extent stamp their likeness on their offspring. While a bitch of having qualities highly prized, a sire can easily be more far-reaching on his impact because a stud dog can be bred to many females. That's why a sire is usually what you're trying to make prepotent. You could make a bitch prepotent,
You
but
could
you
do
usually
both.
want to. You could do both.
Yeah.
But most line breeding is done on the male side, although both are equally valid. But historically, people try to make the sire prepotent because
Okay, I just want to stop right here real quick. I just want to stop. So he's going to break this down prepotent, and he mentions something that is a key that we need to pay attention to. Now, as engineers, if God blesses you with a female that's prepotent and a male, you know, wow, you're locked in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you really tuned in. Your program is like super tight when you got 2 male or female that's prepotent. However, all we really need is a male. And he's going to break down the reason why that this is really something that if you could have one or the other, the male is more important than the female, even though some people might tell you the female is more important than the male because of her mitochondrial DNA and all that shit. But they're going to break that down in a second. Okay. So, for example, in my reality, I have AK-47 chopper. So in my lab, my common sense is telling me get as many straws as you can off of AK before he leaves his body. Because as long as I have that, I can make as many lines and have as many offspring off of that one prepotent dog that can carry my line or my program on for generations after generations after generations after generations, because that male you can take into 100 bitches. If I have 500 straws and they always hit, I can take AK to 500 bitches. That female can only have so many puppies.
facts.
Okay. So when he's going to break this down, but this is why when I did that prepotency class over purebred, okay, the prepotency is the most important thing, because it's not often that you have a sire that is prepotent. It's not something that's guaranteed, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna break this down, but I just wanted to stop there because this is why AK is so valuable to me. You gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say something. So basically when people be saying that the female's giving the male or giving the offspring more than the male, that's because the female's prepotent.
No, I'm gonna let K-Man answer that. Go ahead, K-Man.
Well, I'm going to argue that the fact that a male is easier to use as a breeding tool does not discredit the mitochondria theory. I mean, you get that from his mother, and you're going to breed that into your females and select a line of dogs. You know what I mean? That carry that.
I don't think he's. I don't. So we're premature. I just wanted to, before they break it down, I want us to communicate. So he's not discrediting the female. He's just saying, as a breeder, even though that brings a lot to the table, you can go a lot further. You had a choice between a prepotent female or a prepotent male. You can go a lot further with the male because you can breed that male to 500 bitches, and that female can only get bred to maybe 3, 4 males. And have, let's say, you had 10 pups, you got 30 pups at max. Imagine
I get it.
You can have off that prepotent male versus that prepotent female. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. Quantity.
Yeah, you can get a lot more a lot more breedings out of a female than that, but yeah, you can absolutely build a line a lot faster and easier with a male.
You just hitting that to different bitches.
Breed him to his daughters, and start breeding those pups together. You got a line,
right? And that's all he's saying at the end of the day. Because we already know that everything is valuable to us. The females, the males, the females is the mothers. You know what I'm saying? So they are the foundation. The females are our foundation. So we're never going to downplay the female. However, if you're trying to start this line, and we know we have to test all the dogs, we'll have more numbers to test with the male who's prepotent than the female. That's why he's saying.
Does everybody know what mitochondria is?
Go ahead. Break it down for everybody.
It's the powerhouse of the cells. To bring it into relation to what that means. To what I mean, why a female is important.
Okay.
For the cell cycle, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cells. Yeah, so to me anyway, they're two different points, but yeah,
both are important. Both females are important. Like I said, he's not downplaying the female at all. I just want us to elaborate on it because our brains.
They're two different points, because you're talking about the importance of the contribution to the actual breeding on one hand, and you're talking about building a line, a homozygous line in the other hand. And to me, that's two different subjects.
But the subject matter tonight is about building a line. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that point doesn't discredit the mitochondria. You know what I mean? It's a separate point.
And I agree. I agree with you, K-Man. All right, let's carry on.
He can have sex with a lot of females and create himself in a lot of offspring.
Let me ask you on that, because a lot of people, they say breeders and stuff, when you're communicating, a lot of people want to they say to start your program with a female. Well, a female worth starting with, you would think would be more valuable, a prepotent female. Well, what do you think about that?
Well, a female is where you start a breeding program, but First of all, let's step back. The first question is, how many dogs do you need to start line breeding? The answer is it's not 2. People think, well, I can start breeding and I create line breeding through 2 dogs. No, you can't.
You get
You
boxed
need,
in.
you need about 5 dogs to create a breeding program, minimum. So to create a breeding program where you're doing line breeding, you need about 5 dogs. So let's start off with that statement out front. The next statement that people need to understand before we talk about males and females, and I answer your question, Jim, is that what's your time frame? If your time frame is to make a quick buck and you're looking at breeding as a hustle and you want to make money quick, and you're not looking at this as a long-term investment of your time and effort, that this conversation is not for you. This whole video is not for you, because this is a time-consuming process. To create a line takes at least 4 generations. If you breed at age 2, not earlier, which is unethical to breed before age 2, you're going to take 8 years, because 2 is the first one, the next one is 2, the next one is 2. In other words, so we're looking at a 6 to 8 year process before you create.
Okay, man, I'm gonna stop here because this is what you was talking about, huh, K-Man?
Yeah, I used 8 dogs to start mine.
Okay.
8 unrelated dogs, 2 males and 6 females.
Okay. Yeah, I remember you was telling us, you was teaching us that. You know what I mean? So definitely, you know, when he was saying that, I was like, yeah, K-Man broke this down to us a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, with AK.
Yeah, with AK for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's carry on, man. Let's carry on. I'm just giving you your flowers, K-Man. That's all.
A line. It's not ethical to breed a 1-year-old dog. If somebody's breeding a 1-year-old dog or breeding a dog on her first heat cycle, they're not ethical, because what are you in a rush, man? You have to do right by the dogs. You have to do right by the dogs. It's all about the dogs. It's all about being ethical to the animals. You're responsible for living things. You have to be fair to the dogs.
Well, you know, the thing, Alex, is just as important it is if you're going to line breed to know the percentages and the COI and CORs going
Yeah.
forward. It's using the phenotype of the characteristics, you know, controlling the temperament is all in using
Yeah.
those genetic information. But at the same time, it's going to be, if you're constantly breeding non-related family member dogs, it's just as important to be able to read your pedigree to know that you're not, if you're not trying to.
Correct. So to answer your question, whether a female or not, the answer is that there's something called mitochondrial DNA. So the way it happens is DNA is passed around through what's called RNA, ribonucleic acid, through what's called a messenger DNA, and then it becomes a series of proteins which encode a gene sequence. I'm not going to get into the
That's right. Yeah.
complexity of how this works, but basically RNA is the carrier. Think of it like DNA is a language, with each chromosome having musical notes, right? So to have a language, you had to have a creator to create a language. So not to get into religion, but there had to be a God in order to create DNA, because DNA is a language. And to have a language, you have to have a language maker. But basically, DNA is passed through RNA. It's a complex process. I'm not going to get into a biology class. But what the female does is not only does she pass through autosomal chromosomes, meaning the chromosomes which are the ordinary chromosomes, through gene recombination that I just described, but then there's another path of inheritance called sex-linked chromosomes. And that's another topic. We're going to get into that. Let me just cover some of these main points, and then we'll swing back to that. So now, so what is the advantages? The significant advantage of line breeding over ordinary inbreeding is that while it increases homozygosity and prepotency, the homozygous produced line breeding is more apt to be desired traits than the case of undirected inbreeding. I'm going to explain that in a second. Line breeding tends to separate the breed into distinct families, each closely related to some admired ancestor, between which effective selection can be practiced. So let's talk about that. If you're inbreeding, you can close the gene pool very quickly. you can create a prepotent animal in as little as 1 generation. Yeah, if you breed a father to his own daughter, which is inbreeding, you're creating a prepotent animal instantly.
All right, I want to stop there. Now, this ties into my formula for the next wave of my project for my hybrids, and how I told you guys I have a, you know, a 3 F1 to F3 process, and how, because I want to get to the point quicker, and I'm not creating a line as far as how they're going to be describing a line that's going to continue. I'm creating a line that's going to create me hybrid vigor at its maximum, which is a full F1 type breed cross. It's going to give me maximum hybrid vigor, so I should get my freak out of there. Freaks, if God is willing, are my top 3 level tier type dogs, some podium type dogs after that hybrid vigor breeding. Then I'm going to inbreed. I'm going to take AK to one of his daughters or some of his daughters, and I'm going to take his siblings to each other. And like what he said, and he's going to tell you the pros and cons of this too. This is how you get to the point faster. You get it to it a lot faster than if you were to do it in a line breeding fashion, which he's going to show us the difference. And for me, because I'm not trying to carry on a type, like keep a line going of the same shit, I'm breeding freaks and podium dogs. And then I'll do like on my third, my F3. So I'll have AK, like K-Man said, and I'll have, let's say, 3 different Malinois, or 3 different Dutch Shepherds, or 3 different Kangals, and I breed them all the same way. I'll do the inbreeding to his daughters from the different bitches. I'll do sibling to sibling. Then what I would do on my third, because you know how the coach feel about the 1, 2, 3. That's how I'm operating. That's my formula. You know what I'm saying? Because I want free. I don't want to diminish my line, because I'm getting ahead of myself. But I'm just speaking. I'm just letting you guys understand when he's talking about. See, when I'm watching these things, I'm doing my notes. I'm taking notes in my own lab, like I'm studying, and I'm doing formulas by what he's talking about. I'm doing my own formulas. So I'm just giving you my analogy when he said, when you inbreed, you get to the point a lot faster than you would line breeding. And of course, he's going to talk into this and tell you the pros and the cons, but I digress. My third, my F3, is when I'm going to take the philosophy of the line breeding and take those siblings off of AK, which will be half sisters and brothers, right? And then I'll do my F3 and blend those together. And that's it. That's only where I'm stopping. F1, hybrid vigor to the maximum, freaks, podium type dogs, top tier type dogs. Then I'll take AK to his daughters. Then I'll take those siblings to each other. Okay. Then after that, then all the 3 different bitches or whatever, from the Malinois to the Kangals to the Dutch Shepherds, whatever I do, the 3 different bitches, then I'll do a line breeding to those siblings, and that's it. 1, 2, 3. That's my philosophy. Okay. So when he was breaking this down, I was doing my notes and adjusting my notes and doing my shit. Okay. So this is how you gotta pay attention to classes like this. You listen to what they're saying, and then you apply it to what you're doing. You don't have to do it exactly the way they do it. Learn what they're telling you and teaching you, and then apply it to your lab notes. Because my formula is not their formula. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and your formula might not be my formula. See what I'm saying? But you can make it make sense if you pay attention to class. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make
sir.
sure. Let me carry on. Unless y'all got something to say. Let me carry on.
Or if you breed half siblings to each other from the same father with 2 different females, the father is 50%, each mother is 25% each. 25 plus 25 plus 50 is 100%. So in a generation, you've created a prepotent dog. Or you take the half siblings to each other and breed back to their father, which is at this point their grandfather from the next set of kids. you've passed him essentially. The animals which come out are 75% him.
75%. Or use the brother instead of
Or
going
you
back.
or you could use his brother and they're 37.5% him. Right. The bottom line is that inbreeding can close a gene pool very quickly. Line breeding doesn't take 2 years, it takes 8 years. Now, if your time frame is short, you're gonna inbreed. If your time frame is long, you're gonna line breed. And if you're in this game for the long haul, you're gonna line breed. You're not gonna inbreed. Now, the advantage of line breeding is that you have a chance to correct mistakes, because you see, as you close a gene pool, you reduce the ability of the gene pool to respond to disease. So the ability to respond to a disease, which is because you have so few traits from so few shared ancestors, the gene pool cannot adjust to a disease quickly and adapt. So inbreeding closes the gene pool quick. You get the result, but it's quick. Line breeding takes time, and you have to select the best.
So do you see why I'm going to do inbreeding? Does it make sense why in my lab notes I'm doing inbreeding?
Yeah,
Because I want to get there quick.
get there quick. Yeah.
I'm not in it for the long haul and create a line of AK and Cocos, a line of that shit for 10, 20 years and shit. No, I'm not. That's not my playbook.
Staying stuck in the past. That shit.
Well, I will never, in my philosophy of cooking, I would never make better dogs doing it that way.
Exactly.
In my philosophy, because I don't want the same. I don't want to carry it on, keep it the same for 10 years. That's not how I breed.
New shit.
The F2 is where you'll find the outliers. If you inbreed the F1s together,
Yep.
that's where you'll get the randomness.
Yep. And honestly, with the F2 for me, that's all I need to see is taking those F1s, they're breeding them to each other because they're all different. Every one of them puppies is different. All of them got their own unique genetic combination. And then I pair them up according to what I feel that they can complement each other. Okay. And then I assess those. Puppies. Okay. But because I want performers at the end of the day, there's no need for me to keep doing it that way unless I'm going to take, like I told you in that F3, I take a half brother to half sister, still AK sons and daughters, but different mamas. I'll take them to each other, and then that's it for me, because I know if I keep doing those type of breedings, I'm solidifying these traits, but I'm diminishing my performance at the same damn time. And I don't want to lower my vigor at the end of the day. Me personally. But if you're not competing and you're breeding for type, then you would line breed a certain type of way to keep your type, because that's what you're breeding for. You know what I mean? If you're trying to breed freaks and podium type dogs, you're not going to breed that way.
Yeah, you won't lose as you think with your hybrids. It's when you start getting those hybrids down to where they're pure and consistent, that's losing vigor if you start inbreeding or line breeding too tight. But when they're all scrambled up still, you got a good amount of heterosis still. And they're, like I said, the F2s, they'll be very ingredients. Like, it'll be all mixed up. And you might get, like one exceptional one out of the F2s. Your percentages won't be as good, but you might get one that's better.
Well, okay, so my philosophy with the F2s, Caveman, is that I just want to solidify the. I'm not looking for better than the F1s, because the F1s is going to hopefully get my freaks, and a freak is, to me, is like, it's the mega lottery. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the mega lottery. If I hit it, I hit it. If I don't, I don't. But I still should get an explosion of genetics. Period. Now, for me, in that philosophy, is like he said, if you want to get to that point where you're solidifying those parents the fastest, then you would do an inbreeding. So I want to take that F1 hybrid and then concentrate it. So hopefully I get podium level dogs. What I mean by podium level dogs is top 3 level dogs, first, second, third type dogs. Anything that you put them in, first, second, third quality type dogs. That's what I'm hoping to get out of my F2s. Okay, for me, because I'm taking those traits from, let's say, Coco and AK. I got that explosion through the F1s. Everything is different. It's a collage of genetics from those F2s. I breed those F2s together, and then I should solidify what I see in them F2s. That's the only thing I'm expecting. So I'm not expecting to get anything better. I'm not expecting to get vigor. I'm trying to concentrate. That's why I'm doing that. I just want to concentrate. But because I know if I keep doing those type of breedings, then I'm going to decrease vigor, which decreases performance. Period. But let's carry on. I'm getting ahead of myself, but let's keep going.
Individuals, because it's not the inbreeding or line breeding that does the magic. It's selecting the right individuals which carry those traits, which also happen to be related. That is you can't right. You can't say, well, these dogs are related to each other and therefore I have accomplished my goal. No, you haven't.
You have to take and okay, for example, when you're line breeding, you're dragging. If you're line breeding on a male, you're also the females that they were bred through on the side that you're not focusing on. You know, you're bringing that in there, and that helps to slow down the issues. Unless those females also, like when you're figuring out a COI and you're focused on the male, and you're like, oh, okay, he's this much, and you're not paying attention to the female. If that female's in there 2 or 3 different times, now you're bringing on.
Right, you're not line breeding on one ancestor usually because
COI goes higher.
Right, you're line breeding usually on several animals. I'm going to show a couple of sample pedigrees a little later, but for the sake of the audience who may not understand this fully at this point, we're going to just talk about one individual for the sake of simplicity. Then we're going to circle to real life scenario in a moment. But the point I wanted to make about this slide is that it's a process. It takes time. Whereas if you're inbreeding, it doesn't take any time at all. And people confuse inbreeding and line breeding as being the exact same thing. They refer to the two interchangeably. It's not. Line breeding is a much milder version of inbreeding.
Aunt to nephew, uncle to niece, maybe have sister,
half uncle to niece, half
grandfather,
grandfather. Right.
Yeah.
They're not as tight.
If you're doing half father, daughter, mother, son, brother,
that's
sister,
inbreeding. That's inbreeding, right?
That's tight as it gets.
Right. So by tight, what do I mean by tight? So I'm going to explain the word tight in a second. So tight would be the generation distance. So let's say three generations back on both sides, double bred and a common grandparent. That's first cousins. That's tight for line breeding. Then 4 double bred in the 4th generation or on a common great grandparent. That's not tight.
Well, see,
5. Yeah. In other words, these are all line breeding, but as you go back in time, the genetic influence of the common ancestor decreases. So why is this relevant?
It's harder to, when you're trying to back mass, it's harder to even get to a level because, you know, through the genetic labs with information that they've done through their studies, that you have to be a 5 COI or greater to be homozygous, that you can pass itself. And you know, when you get over 10, now when you start seeing a few little issues. So even when you're doing what we would consider light line breeding, or, you know, mild line breeding as compared to inbreeding, you know, it's harder to obtain it than you think.
Correct. So that's the point Jim is making. So if you notice this,
I want to stop right there. So remember in thoroughbred horse racing, and we like the thoroughbred horse breeding, and they were talking about those 3 2s, 3 3s, 4 2, 4, you know, like they was talking like that, like how he was breaking it down.
Yeah.
Okay. So there, what he was telling us is how close are the relation between let's say siblings and cousins or whatever, aunts, uncles, whatever, the relation between top and bottom. So like we were talking about with thoroughbred horses, right? A 5-5, which is what Secretariat was, would be the strongest level of hybrid vigor in a controlled gene pool that are all related horses.
Yeah.
So what that means is there's nothing related in the first 5 generations of Secretariat's pedigree, top and bottom, 5-5. So to a thoroughbred racehorse, that is maximum hybrid vigor, even though it's still a line bred related horse. You follow what they're kind of what they were breaking. That's what they're breaking down right now. They're showing you the relation, from the 1 to the 3. That's tight line breeding.
Right. Yeah.
If they're related close within the first 3 generations, that's tight line breeding. And then into the 4 to the 3, that's you get a little bit less.
Loosening there.
Yeah, you're loosening it up. And then the 5 to the 5, okay, being that they're all related anyway, you still should get enough genetic diversity to get a level of heterosis to go ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I was just asking before.
Okay. So that's go ahead.
No, about like if I take like the third a third cousin to another third cousin of the same breed,
Mm-hmm.
that's line breeding.
Yeah, pretty loose. That's line breeding.
Like a loose line breeding where I'm not messing up the genetics. Yeah, like I'm not messing up the genetics to where as if I was doing it tightly close.
I think somebody going in and out, and I think I hear background noise.
I hear like noise. It might be
It's
caveman.
So when caveman speaks, you just gotta mute up so caveman can speak. But go ahead, caveman. You gonna say something? Let's mute up.
No, I'm on, but I turned everything off. I can't move this background noise. There.
No, you got the floor. Go ahead, caveman.
Talking on mute when he said that.
Okay, so you ain't got nothing to add to that?
No, I thought I already had his question answered. We were talking about loose line breeding versus tight, right?
Yep. You answered the question before, but when he said that, when the guy said it, I was like, nah, that relates to basically what I asked you before. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, to me that's pretty loose because 3 or 4 generations back, only one time on the pedigree, that dog doesn't have much influence on that line.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's other common ancestors of his in the other side of the
family. Tree.
Yeah. Okay. So, and that's what he was saying. He was breaking down the reference top and bottom. He was doing, a 5-3, 4-3, 3-3. He's showing that there's a commonality both sides, within that line. You know what I mean? So that's what he was talking about. But I just wanted to break that down for us because that's how hybrid vigor is gauged. The levels of hybrid vigor is gauged in thoroughbred horses. They gauge it by how far back past 5 is maximum hybrid vigor. 5th generation not related is maximum hybrid vigor in a controlled genetic population of all related horses. That's how it works with thoroughbreds. And so he's showing us that would be a loose line breeding if it was a 5-5, which you would still get hybrid vigor, a level of hybrid vigor. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not close line breeding. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to break that down, but let's carry on.
Screen, we have a Hereford bull, which is a cow. Notice this is bred to be excellent for milk production and dairy production. If you find a bull in nature or an ox, it doesn't look like this. This fantastic looking horse is a Lipizzero stallion. It's gorgeous. It was a Spanish riding horse during the times when people used cavalry. You know, we didn't have mechanized war. People fought wars on horses. For hundreds and hundreds of centuries, people fought war on horses. This was a battle horse. This was a cold-blooded horse and a hot-blooded horse mixed together. And you see these beautiful animals in front of you, this beautiful stallion and this beautiful bull. These are the products of selective breeding. So without selective breeding, these gorgeous type of animals, not just dogs, but horses, cows, could not have been accomplished.
Okay, now I want to stop here. Now, this is why us as high performance dogmen and dog women engineers, this is why we do what we do. This is why it's okay to mix, because without intervention of man and doing selective breeding for a purpose, there will not be horses like that, cows like that, chickens like the chickens, dogs like the dogs, breeds like the breeds. And the art of mixing dogs has been lost through this purebred rhetoric. And I'm just grateful that we understand, but you know, I just don't want you guys to be discouraged when people tell you about things that aren't true and it's only theory based off what they know. And if they don't do what we do, then they don't comprehend what we do. You know what I'm saying? Period.
And like we always say, and he even said, do your own research. If you're ever looking to start a dairy farm, do not go buy Herefords, because Herefords are not a dairy cow; they're a beef cow.
Do your
Cattle.
research.
Yeah. I can't see it, but he said it was a Hereford and it was bred for milk, and it wasn't.
Okay, so he made a mistake then. We'll forgive him for that one. He might, he might have been say beef.
Yeah, hey, we all do it, but yeah. That's why I say though, do your own research. Don't go trying to start a dairy farm with Herefords.
You heard it from Caveman. Y'all better pay attention in class now. He said, do your research now. Okay. And like I said, we're not gonna hang Mr. Alex to the cross, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, do your research, just like Caveman said. You know what I mean? Not the gospel until you do your research.
Right. When and don't take what I say as gospel, look it up. Use that as a basis to start your own search. You know, some of us we all misspeak, or we might think we know something we don't, or learned it from, or there might be some new science out there.
I agree with you. And like I said, we all are here to learn. So we're not holding anybody to the fire. We're not expecting everybody to be experts. We're here to learn, and we could take correction, because we're not here to downplay anybody here. We're here to just learn, and we're all a collective brain here, and we're all here to learn. So as a team, we can correct each other and not take it the wrong way, and just keep it moving. You know what I mean? So big salute to you, K-Man, on that. You know what I mean? Let's carry on.
So let's talk about one more time, and then I'll amplify Jim's point. He made a very good point. So line breeding versus inbreeding. There's an ancestor in common on both the male and female side. They're not directly related to other ancestors in the pedigree, only that one ancestor. The dog must show type and be worthy of line breeding. That means that you're not going to line breed crappy dogs. You must select the creme de la creme, and only then you want to line breed. In other words, if you're line breeding, the mechanism of line breeding doesn't do the magic. If you're breeding crappy dog A to crappy dog B, the fact that they're first cousins doesn't matter. Their grandfather could have been a superior dog, But these two first cousins, which share the same grandpapa, are crappy examples, and therefore the fact that you're line breeding doesn't matter. So line breeding involves not just the magic of the relationship, but the magic of selection. All right, dogs must require 6 to 10 years to accomplish, okay, versus inbreeding requires very little time to accomplish. Now, inbreeding quickly closes the gene pool, and therefore any possible resistance to disease quickly accomplishes prepotency, but locks in both good and bad traits without a chance for correction over several generations. Can be done as only as little as 2 years. Now, so what we're saying here is line breeding, because you have time, you can refine your traits, refine them until you get the type of dog which is your ideal of that breed. Whereas inbreeding, because you're doing it so quickly, you're closing the gene pool, you don't have time to refine the animal to do what you want it to be. It's boom, it's instantly that dog is accomplished, but it may not be the ideal outcome. It's just simply an inbred dog.
That's
But
right.
you don't have time to refine it. Now, what Jim was saying earlier for the audience, which may not be as familiar with some of these terms, because we're throwing these words at you loose and fast because we're both so familiar with it and we're both so efficient at speaking at it, but some of the audience members may not follow it. What Jim is saying is that if your COI is 6.25%, which is typical for first cousins, it is considered high enough to create prepotency. But if you have 12.5, which is half siblings, it's extremely high. It will create prepotency, but the chance for disease is higher. So that middle sweet spot between 12.5 and 6.25 is where you want to play. So around 10%, which is uncle to niece matings, is that it's lower than 12, but higher than 6.25. But it is powerful enough to create prepotency. Whereas
you know
any
what you
less, it doesn't create prepotency.
When you do create that prepotency, like let's just say a 6.25. Okay. Now, when that puppy comes out and he's 6.25, let's say you kept a male from that, he's 6.25. He has some amount of prepotency, homozygosity.
Some amount, right?
When you breed him to an outcross, now those puppies.
Now you lost it. Now you lost it.
It's going to be a 3 something.
Right.
So that means how do you counter that? You may do an outcross to one that's carrying some more of those genetics to try to offset it, to keep it at 5 or above, that you would want to be keeping some form of homozygosity in.
Correct. So what Jim is saying to you guys is that, let's say you've gotten too tight in your blood and you've gotten a cousin mating to a first cousin, then you've done another cousin to cousin, and then you've done another cousin to cousin. Now you're 3 generations in, you have multiple generations of cousin to cousin marriages, right? Now you at the point where you're going to start seeing disease, because nature catches up to you. You can't, or you might not see disease, but you might see loss of fertility. And without fertility, you can't have puppies, and therefore you have nothing to sell.
That's
so you're
right.
going to see loss of hybrid vigor, or you're going to see loss of fertility, or what's called fecundity, the ability to.
You heard what he said?
They're real dogs.
And then the main thing that I heard for us who are competition working dog breeders or engineers is hybrid vigor.
See, I agree with everything he's saying, but in that beginning part where they was talking about breeding crappy dogs, the crappy dogs, but isn't that the same when we keep the whole litter and say that your best dog that you got doesn't produce what you're looking for, but then that crappy dog does?
Well, no, hold on. This is what I think he meant by that. Good one though.
They're not breeding for performance then.
Let me elaborate. Hold on. Hey man, put your thing on mute. Hey man. Okay, this is what I think he said. This is my interpretation. When he says crappy dog, he's talking about it from a breeder's perspective of genetic passing.
Mm.
That's what I think that he's speaking on, because when you're talking about breeding stock versus competition type stock, They're two different things. We know this, and thoroughbred racehorse breeders know this, but in his breaking down of this breeding concept, that's what I think he's talking about, Reddy. Now, from where you're coming from, like you said, if that dog is a crappy representation of phenotypical, genotypical, what you can see performance, and you breeding that to a dog who has that performance and is pre-potent, then you might get shit. But at the same time, a super performer don't mean that he's pre-potent enough to pass his performance.
Right.
So that's why I say, Reddy, what you're saying and what you're breaking down, it makes sense. But I when you're talking about breeding, I think it's like apples and oranges, right?
Right. Facts.
Go ahead, K-Man.
He's right. You can take two dogs, and typically they're like brother sister. But they don't express the traits, but they carry them. And when you breed them, some of their pups will double up on those traits, and they'll be top performers where the parrots were junk. Because that stuff skips a generation. Like the pups will be like the grandparents, not the parents. Like your F1s will be consistent, your F2s will be all over the place. And then when you select, your F3 will be consistent.
So it's back and forth.
Yep. Yeah, you're more like your grandparents than your parents. Unless you got tight lines. That's what they're talking about, getting it where when you have that recombination, you're recombining the same traits instead of two different ones. But then when you don't have that other trait there, or that other message there on the DNA to correct any errors, that's when you lost your vigor or your health. You're growing too much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. All right, let's carry on.
Be breedable. In other words, having a good ability to breed. So as you lose,
select, I
Yeah.
mean,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So as you lose fertility, you have to outcross to loosen up the gene pool. You've gotten too tight. Now, what Jim is saying is, as you outcross, because you must, because now you're 3 or 4 generations into your program, if you don't exactly outcross to a completely raw blood, take an animal which is in the 5th or 4th generation, and you're still outcrossing in a sense, because there's a lot of other dogs between that dog and your common ancestor you're line breeding upon, but that ancestor is so far back in time that you've reinvigorated the blood, but you haven't lost completely your entire result. In other words, the benefit of far away breeding, like a 4-4 or a 5-5, is that you have still essentially outcrossed, but you haven't lost that genes completely.
That's right.
And that's what Jim was saying. Is that right, Jim?
That's right. And that's why it's important. A lot of people are like, oh, you shouldn't do line breeding. And other people are like, I can't believe they're just outcrossing all the time. There's a need for both. I need for people to be outcrossing and have my own outcrosses and the ability to line breed, because if everybody's line, so there's a time for people to inbreed, it's time for people to line breed, and time for outcrossing. It's all part of the genetic process.
Correct.
You heard what Jim said?
Which part?
About there's a time for inbreeding, there's a time for line breeding, there's a time for outcrossing. Like everything plays, like we've been teaching in this class.
Yep.
Longest.
Yep.
That's a fact.
Then inbreed, then line breed.
And Hey, man, watch, I gotta add this. And there's a time to mix breed too.
Yep. Bring them crosses and
Yeah, but one of the things to take from this is problems to avoid, not how to correct these problems and how to outcross. What you should really be trying to do is learn how to start your program out where you don't have to outcross.
mm,
'Cause if you do it right, you do not have to outcross.
Okay, so
But
Caveman,
you gotta have-
you have to break that down so that they can understand what you mean. Because I know what you mean, but start it from the original sauce to make it make sense to everybody.
Well, basically, you have to have a big enough population. Like you have to be part of, let's say, an existing breed, or you have to start a breed club, or you have to have a plantation where you have a big enough population of dogs where you can concentrate the genes, your desired traits, let's say, of your stud, but with a diversity of females. If you had, let's say you had 10 females and you raised 6 pups. Well, they wouldn't be. Let's say you raised 4 females out of a litter of each one. You'd have to have a lot of homes or a lot of chains or use an existing breed. But basically what I'm saying is you don't narrow yourself down like that. You don't ever bring it that tight.
Right. But see what you're saying is a perfect scenario, and most people ain't gonna have it like that.
I mean, that's how all the successful breeds that aren't riddled with problems. That's how they got here.
And I agree with you. Everything that you said, Caveman, is correct. But we got to think in reality when it comes to what everybody else can actually do versus, like you said, how the right way to do it is to have a breed club, is to be able to have the resources to have, like you said, 2 maybe top tier studs, 3 top tier studs, and 20 top tier bitches, to where, like you said, you ain't never got to leave your yard at all because you got so much genetic diversity that there will, it'll be forever until you start to get to where you're bottlenecking, like how they did with the thoroughbred racehorses. They started with 3 males and 30 brood mares. Same thing what they did. So I get what you're saying, but it's just not the wave today. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of resources to make that shit happen.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to do it yourself, but I think you should be 3 or 4 generations ahead on your breedings. Instead of making an outcross, make all your outcrosses at once and have those pups on deck so that when you look at a pedigree, that dog is in every generation, or not every generation, but like when you look at the great grandfathers, he could be every one. He could be the only male on that pedigree.
Right. And that's what Alex was talking about. Hey, man, he was talking about the same thing. On a line, you take that male and you take the 5 bitches and shit. Or 5 of his daughters. Like you start a line, you can't not just 2 dogs. You need a male and, like you said, 5 females type shit. He was talking about the same type of thing you talking about, K-Man.
Right, and then you don't have to outcross because you already have that diversity. And he is half of the genetics of every breeding right off the foundation. But if you got enough of diversity where the pups aren't, the mothers aren't related, and then you have all the different variables of each pup, you got a little room there.
I agree. Hopefully you guys are paying attention in class. K-Man breaking it down for us. So hopefully y'all paying attention in class. Let's carry on.
Correct. We're not saying never outcross. We're saying, let's say you have 2 line bred lines, right? Now they're line bred with. What does line breeding mean? You bring in line to that particular animal, which is the
If they were both pre-potent,
right.
what does that cost? The male and female, if they're both pre-potent in their own way, because that's a big
On a
thing.
different relative, right? When you marry them together,
Yes.
with respect to each other, they are now crossed. In other words, in their own line, they're prepotent on a relative you're inbreeding upon. But with respect to each other, they're considered an outcross because that relative is not common to both the male and the female.
That's right. And it would be like using two unrelated,
Right.
maybe outstanding,
Right.
each one of them, and you can get similar to that.
You get some very good results, correct. So now, is there something wrong with pedigrees dogs? Are mutts simply healthier? So people always say line breeding, inbreeding is dangerous. They're afraid of it. I go to Facebook groups, people are like, oh, you're inbreeding, you're line breeding, oh, you're gonna have disease, and they freak out. Let's talk about that a little bit. And Jim, I'm gonna ask you to expand on this point really quickly after I read this, okay? Mutts are not healthier. It is rubbish to say there's a problem with all pedigree dogs. By culling out the weak example, many pedigrees dogs are genetically stronger due to selectively breeding out only the best of the best and eliminating all the weaklings. Number two, with so many animals in shelters, why even describing breeding dogs for profit if you can save a life and bring a companion home? Dogs and animals were also born and bred. You're justifying therefore giving poorly bred dogs to a home versus well-bred dog. If there were no breeders, the pure breeds would die out in less than 2 decades. Selective breeding of livestock has produced some of the world's fastest horses, cattle, and chickens in terms of meat and egg production. Why are we bringing dogs from meat markets in China and restocking our animal shelter? Some dogs are purpose bred to be police dogs, search and rescue dogs, or bomb sniffing dogs. Not just any dog will do. So, Jim, you've experienced a lot of pushback in Facebook groups you've been on and other forums where people are frowning upon what you're trying to do in your breed, and everybody outcrosses and they're afraid of line breeding, calling it inbreeding, and they're scared to death of it. Can you talk about that a little bit and what you do?
It's not really I haven't had like the pushback, oh, that's terrible. I see it and I hear it in a lot of threads and stuff, but it's because a lot of people, like if I do line breeding, I do line breeding, I do outcrossing, and that's what I focus on, and that's what I do. Their agenda may be like, oh, I was told to outcross, and this and that and the other, and if you're not outcrossing, you're not right. What are you doing? They're just set in their way. They don't research. They don't even know enough about it. They've heard of it. They know 25%, 50%, 75%. They haven't sat down and tried to figure out COI on an animal, which you almost need a program to do that for you in a lot of cases if you're doing some good line breeding. You know what I mean?
Right. I think that the people who are producing dogs without consistency of any kind and are producing scatterbred dogs, I think they're producers. They're not breeders. I call them producers.
I have one example that
Okay, I want to stop there. He says something that resonated with me. And the reason why I said it resonated with me when he's talking about how you might breed a scatterbred dog versus somebody who's breeding line bred type dogs, and he wouldn't consider them a breeder. He would consider them a producer. And I thought about what he said, and I was like, you know what? He's right. I had to relate that to myself because I don't consider myself a breeder. I wouldn't call myself a producer, but I mean, if I'm Dr. Dre on the beats, or I'm Timberland, or I'm, any of these producers today who make music, they producing track by track. So for me, I'm producing dog per dog. I'm not producing a line other than a line of dogs that's based off of AK, but I'm not producing a line that starts with him and I just keep breeding it. I'm producing every litter a production that's better than the other. So when he said that, I was like, that makes sense. Because I don't consider myself a breeder. You know, I don't. I consider myself an artist, and I want to produce every litter better than the next. I don't want to continue a line that's the same. Me, that's my breeding philosophy. You know, every year, like how you do with cars, and like I gave you that example, that analogy, how they do with cars, how they do with clothes, how they do with watches, how they do with anything that we hit in our reality today. Every year is something new. Phones, it's a new phone. It ain't the same phone. It still might be an iPhone, but it's a different phone. But if I'm breeding in a way where I'm compacting genetics, where I'm not really adding anything, and I'm trying to save a genetic, so I do like a mild outcross with a line bred, you know, I don't see myself progressing into any type of freakish type of animal. So when he said that, I was like, damn it, man, that makes a lot of sense, you know? And I don't consider myself a breeder because I'm not trying to breed a line, you know, like a line in the way that we're being taught. You know, I'm breeding a line off of, it comes off of AK, it's a part of AK's line. If it comes off of him, it's his line. It's an AK line. If it come off of Black Hawk, it's a Black Hawk line. You see what I'm saying? So I had to stop there because when he said that, I was like, damn it, I like that. Alex, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't consider myself a breeder. You know what I mean? I guess I'm a producer in his theory, because I only want to produce what I breed next. Whatever breeding I want, whatever breeding that is different than the last one it came from. You know, there's no way I'm trying to be like, oh, I want to carry that shit on. No, I want to fucking make better. So anyway, I had to stop there, but let's carry on.
A lot of people are like, oh, we don't need those dogs anymore. We've bred better and we've moved forward. Okay, so that means they're not backing up. If they do a breeding and they've discounted that male, that sire, and they're like, we don't need him anymore. We produced better with going forward with our litter. We don't need him anymore. And that usually works good the first time. And then that second time, it's going to drop down below 5 if they were doing line breeding. It was homozygous. Now it's 3. And that second time it comes out, oh, that didn't work. Now where are you going to go? You've off that male. You can't go back to him. And at the same time, they say that we're moving forward. We don't need him anymore. They're like, oh, you should. And they say this like, I'm like, okay, so you're completely against keeping those dogs, re-influencing them.
Excuse me.
And then in another statement, they might say, I've heard them say, oh, you should collect that dog. In 20 years, you're going to wish you had him. And I'm thinking, well, you just go forward. What do you mean? What is
Right.
It makes sense.
They're hypocritical, because on the one sense, they're saying don't breed that back to that dog, because even though he was a superior dog, we don't want to recreate him. We don't want to breed back to him. We want nothing to do with him. And then they're saying you want to collect him and use him in the future. Well, which is it? Do you want to recreate this dog, or do you want to not recreate?
I gotta stop right here. Okay. Now, this resonated for me too, because this is where the art comes in as engineers. Okay. If you waiting 20 years before you add that shit up in there, 10 years, you know what I'm saying? You already watered your shit down. You start from scratch if you have some straws and you waited 20 years to add it back up in there. If you're line breeding that way, you done fucked your whole shit up. It's like going back to scratch. This shit's fucking washed out. You done fucked up if that's how you think. And that's why I say this is an art form. Either you have a gift to know what you're doing, or you just fucking following theories. And a lot of people just follow theories and fucking fuck up because they don't have, it's not a gift for them to figure shit out. They don't have a plan. They don't understand what they're trying to produce. They're just following theories and shit like that. So when he was breaking down how some people say, okay, I breed for the next, like I do, for example, right? But I have a formula that keeps AK always in the front. Always, I told you, I want to have at least 500 straws before AK's dies. So AK will always be relevant in his line. However, I'm not trying to continue doing this and adding that and doing this to his offspring and then AK getting washed out. Because we know as you keep line breeding, you diminish your genetics. It doesn't get better.
Right.
Once you lock that in, once you lock those genetic characteristics in that you want, then what's next? You're going to keep locking it in? It's already locked in. And a lot of people do that. Then they see their fucking lines diminish when it comes to abilities and performance and in health. So then, like he was saying, okay, well, damn, I should have I wish I had that straw because 20 years down the road, I could have added it back, but motherfucker, it's too late. And if you was doing it the right way, which right now, my way is in theory because I haven't done it yet in my current line that I'm about to do in it right now. I've done line breeding, inbreeding, outcrossing, already did all that shit, but I have an actual formula today that is new for me. It's new. It's a new theory. It's my own formula. I'm trying to get the best of everything in a short amount of time. However, I'm going to discontinue the line, let's say with that family, let's say with AK and Coco. I'm going to discontinue that line after the F3 breeding. Then after that, there's no more of me doing that AK Coco line because AK need to be in the forefront each and every time, period. Because you know why? Because that needs to be an AK line. If you focusing on one dog, like he was saying, like Jim was saying, and then you getting better, and then those prodigies become their own dogs, over time, you will not get that dog that was the prepotent heavy hitter dog, because those dogs are different than that. That dog is no longer in the generation up within the first 3 generations. It's no longer in the first 3. Once it's outside of that first 3, that shit gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. 20 years? Oh my God. 20 years? How weak is that?
Fossils.
That's just obsolete. It's just no longer. You know what I'm saying? So, these are the things that I pay attention to when I be in class. When I don't have a short attention span. I study, I really pay attention because I'm trying to okay, well, how could this relate to me? Like, how does that make sense? So when he was saying that, it makes sense what he's saying, how other people think. Because they're not artists. They don't get it. They're not geneticists when it comes to actually putting these things in practice. They'll do it and then figure it out when it's too late. And then, like he was saying, oh, I wish I would have collected them, but it's 20 years. You didn't collect his ass? But even if you did, you waited 20 years to add them back in there?
Done. It's all good.
This is how people think these days, man. Because they're not artists. They're not engineers. Not thinking ahead. Let's carry on, man. You got something to say, ready? Or I can keep it going.
Now you could go.
Okay.
Create this dog. What if
Line
you can't be
breeding is a lot of work. Okay, line breeding is a lot of work. It's not just and people that are constantly outcrossing. It's a lot of work because they're even off phenotype alone. Okay, they have to know their animals. They create a look. You can look at a dog and be like, oh, that's a such and such out of such and such's program because their dog has developed look even through phenotype.
right.
Okay, that you recognize that dog and you're like, that's Aunt's dog, or that's
Right.
Joe's dog, or you can tell it's from their yard because they put all these years in it. The biggest part is assessing your animal, learning their behavior, because you're going to learn their temperaments. You're going to see what they pass as you go. Line breeding, even if you're just visually trying to do it, and even more so tracking the genetic information to do something like this is a lot of work to stay
Correct.
on top of, a lot of research.
Correct, because you have to know your pedigree to do that. Whereas with now, let's talk about the relationships a little bit. So, parent to child has a 75% COR and there's a 25% COI. Now, what does that mean? Coefficient of relationship is he's a father is 50% of the genes, but he is a grandfather of his own kid through his own daughter is 25% of the genes. Therefore, he's 75%. Okay, risk very high.
What it means is you need to cross that out to a completely unrelated and get down to
Dog,
12.5.
because you're
Japan.
gonna be in you're gonna be in doo-doo with
You'd be
genetic
a good
defects pretty
selection.
soon. Yeah,
You have a good selection to breed it to as well when you do.
that's right. That's right. Grandparent to grandchild. So this is a little bit looser, but not much. So that grandfather with respect to his own granddaughter is 12.5%.
All of that
This
is
is what-
very prepotent.
That's right. All of these are very prepotent combinations, by the way.
But
But
if you have
then he's
great
going to be the father. Also, that's 50%.
But if you have outstanding
Individual.
representatives from it, that's the whole reason you do this to at a higher percentage, because you've done it.
They're an
properly.
outstanding example of the breed.
Now,
So by
some
doing
may
it,
not,
right,
you know,
like if you do a grandparent,
Not only do you want an outstanding representative of the breed in what you see in performance, they need to be an outstanding producer too. That's something that we got to add to this. Just because you see an outstanding representative in the phenotype and the genotype of the dog does not mean it's going to be an outstanding producer. So for us, everything plays, because my outstanding performer can be great for me when I use it for competition. But the one that didn't make it in competition as an outstanding performer can be my better producer. I'm using them both. I'm not discrediting none of them because I use them for different purposes. Period. And it's rare that you have an outstanding performer that can produce itself. We've seen that over and over and over again. You see it even in society with human beings. We see it all the time in competition animals. It's rare that they produce themselves or better. Okay. It's the one that they least expect that be producing the freaks. But let's carry on.
parent to grandchild, usually grandfather to granddaughter. One reason might be the dog is going to be dying soon because he's old. Remember, he's old enough to be a grandparent, so therefore he's much older than his granddaughter. So you want to preserve the blood of that animal. You're creating what's called a seed stock animal. What does a seed stock animal mean? It means that dog, which has been inbred upon, well, no matter what he's bred to, will pass himself. And because this was such an outstanding individual, you want to perpetuate him. Now, if dog is not worth perpetuating, you don't want to do this. So that's for an outstanding individual. Right now, half siblings, 50% related to the same father, because or mother. It could be a female bred to two different males at two different times, and they're pups from two different litters
that's
at
right.
two different times, or 50% that mother, but two different fathers. It could be like that. One parent, whether mother or father, is 50%. It's 12.5% COI. Notice the COI is a quarter of the COR. 12.5 is a quarter of 50%. Risk high. Full siblings. Now you have 50% on parent A and 50% on parent B. COI 25%. This is the highest of the highest risk that you can do, because now you're inbreeding on two parents rather than one. And if there's a disease, you don't know which side of the family it came from.
That's
So
right. That's
if you're
right.
gonna do this is the highest risk situation you can possibly get into. Now, so the next combination I want to talk about is line breeding combination. So the previous screen was inbreeding combinations. This screen is line breeding combination. So the first combination is first cousins, 3-3. Common grandfather. Remember, you have four grandparents. So one grandparent is a quarter of all the genes because there are four grandparents. So a coefficient of relationship is 25%. Remember the math. 1/4 of 25% is 6.25%. If you multiply 4 times 6.25, it'll be 25%. The next combination, 3-4. First cousins once removed. What does that mean? It means you have two cousins, and this cousin had a child with an unrelated dog, and you're breeding the cousin to the child of this cousin. That's called
Right.
first cousins once removed, 3-4. 18.75% COR. COI is 4.83%. It's below 6.25. Is it influential? Somewhat. Now, this is the most common one nowadays being done in German Shepherds. In Germany, they've outlawed 2-3 line breedings. They used to allow it, which is half uncle to niece, but they don't allow it anymore. The closest you can do is 3-3. So it's now very common in Germany, in German Shepherds, to do a 3-4. That's what you will see many times in German pedigrees.
Okay, I'd stop there. Now, he's talking about the German Shepherd and how in Germany they outlawed a certain level of line breeding. You could only go 3-3. And he said nowadays, the closest you can go is 4-3. So a common related ancestor, either in the fourth or the third, top and bottom, is where they at now. And they outlawed the rest. Okay, you can't go any closer than that. No inbreeding, no line breeding any closer than that. Okay, and you know why they did that. We know why they did that, because they was getting problems. Okay, now because you control a gene pool and you see the diminishing of your gene pool, you have to do these things. They outlaw, like, hey, if I see a pedigree with any relations, nowhere, anywhere close within the first, 2 to 3 generations, nah, it ain't gonna work. We outlaw. No, we ain't gonna qualify that one. But there's a reason why they did that. Okay, and that's why for us who breed for performance over everything, you gotta have your why to why you're doing it. You know what I mean? If you're really breeding for that type and that look, like for example, if I was breeding just to make lookalikes of AK, then I'll breed type for that koi to be up. But that's not why I'm not breeding for that, me personally. But if you want a type so bad, you will breed that way. And then once you start getting that type in your mind, like they gotta look like this, then that's where you're gonna come to some problems, man. Because you gotta breed type to get that shit. You know what I mean? You can't freely be adding different shit and outs and shit to keep a type. So pay attention in class. Let's keep going.
I've seen this many, many times. Now, second cousins, 4-4, common great grandfather, 12.5% COR, 3 and 125% COI. Now notice 4 times 3 is 12. So notice 3.125 is a quarter of 12.5.
That's right.
Finally, you got third cousins, 6.25% COR and a quarter of 6.25. I think it's 1.56 is the COI. Notice the number always goes down. 6.25, 3.125, 1.56. And so the way it works is, let me show it to you in a diagram. Now we're going to have full siblings. A and B have the same parents. Sire, dam, they're full brother, full sister. They'll create X as the puppy. That's full sibling marriage. By contrast, half sibling marriage, notice A is one parent. The same A is on this side. So this stud dog was married with this female, call her B, to produce a stud dog named S. And the same father, we'll call him A, was married to a female named K to produce daughter D. And then S and D had a puppy X. So notice it's the half sibling relationship. A and A is the same dog on both sides. That's a half sibling mating. Now, how does the math look? Let's do the math. Half sibling is written as 2-2, common sire. Why 2-2? Because this is the child with the count 1, 2, 3 as the grandparent, but this is the same parent. So common sire would be 1/2 squared. In other words, 2 generations back. Why 1/2? Because the same ancestor is half the genes. Half the genes from the mother, half the genes from the father. You don't get all your genes, you get half of them. So it's 1/2 squared plus 1/2 squared, which is 1/4 plus 1/4, which is 2/4, which is 50%. The COI is 1/4 of the COR. 1/4 of 50% is 12.5%. So this is a half sibling marriage. Now,
Hey, Alex, I have a question.
Yeah.
about that
Yes,
real
sir.
quick.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to it?
Yeah, let me go back to that one.
Now, when we're talking about these 3, 2, 2, 3, or 3, 3, now the offspring, he has no contribution to himself.
No,
So-
he's 100% of his grandparents or parents. Right.
When we're talking a 2-2, wouldn't you
Right.
say that the one position is the parents, and then those parents are the two in the two position?
2-2 is the S and the D. Right. I misspoke earlier. Right. Correct.
Okay.
Thanks for correcting me. So the S and the D
Is
are 2
one.
is the 2-2. Right. because he's the
Yes.
one. This is one. He's himself. I am one. I'm with respect to myself.
Right.
And the parent before me is two. I'm one. Therefore, this is two.
That's
And
right.
this is two, the female. So when we're talking two here, we're talking about with respect to the parents.
That's right. And so a lot of times, because I was asked about that as well. That's why I want to bring
Right.
it up from
Yeah.
someone. And I'm like, we're talking about the sire and the dam, not the
That's right.
grandparents.
Not the grandparents. Correct. So this is the relationship of, that's right. Now, next drawing. Now we're going to do first cousins. So the common, instead of having a common parent like we hear, it's a common parent. The same sire on both sides produce these two half siblings, right? Same male with two different moms produce these half siblings, right? It's the same parent. Here
Those
it's the
half
same.
are the two.
Those are half, correct. These are two half siblings, half cousins. Why? So we're gonna do it. Let me take you through this drawing. We have grandsire 1 bred with grandmother K. We'll call the female grandmother K, just for the sake of a name. Then the same grandsire 1, was partnered with grandmother R. So far it looks like we had half siblings. Now, they produced sire 1 and sire 2. Now, who are sire 1 and sire 2 with respect to each other? They are half siblings because they have the same grandsire on both sides. So sire 1 and sire 2 are half brothers, okay? And half brother A, sire 1, is bred to an unrelated female, mother A, and his half brother, sire 2, is bred to an unrelated female called mother B. They're not sisters, they're unrelated. And then so half brother 1 is bred to mother A, half brother 2 is bred to mother B. Out of this sire, you produced a male child called S. Out of this sire, you produced a female child called D, D for dam, and you're producing puppy X. Now, what's common here? Well, the common grandparent is in the third generation. This is one generation, second generation, third generation. In other words, it's a common grandparent in this example. So instead of having a common father, they have a common grandfather. That's half first cousins. Why half? Because they only have one common grandparent, not 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4 grandparents common is full first cousins. One grandparent common out of 4 is half first cousins.
And in this
Go back to
diagram,
that. Yeah.
no, that's fine. That one was fine. Yeah. So in this one, you're coming out with the same outcome of doing it this way as to where if you're in a situation where you're going to breed your, the father back to the daughter, and they use
Right.
the brother instead, it would be going around the father focusing on the grandsire. Or the
Right. And in fact, I'm about to show something similar to that. So let's talk about that. Now, this looks a little bit complicated, but it's not. This is Brackett's formula for those who don't know. This is a half uncle to niece mating called a 2-3 mating. What does that mean, 2-3? It means this, let's just go to the pedigree first, then we'll go through it slowly, okay? You got grandsire, father, SH. We'll call him SH. That's the name of this dog. We'll call grandsire's mother, we'll call her grandmother T, okay? So we got grandsire SH, grandmother T, okay? Now, the same two grandparents are producing grandsire 1. It's the same grandparents, okay? Grandfather SH, grandmother T, grandfather SH, grandmother T, okay? Now, grandsire 1 is bred to mother A. So in this case, he's acting as the sire of the puppy. See, he's the sire of this puppy with mother A. So on this side, he acts as the sire. But here, this grandsire is in the third position, not in the second position. He created sire 2, his son, made with mother B, and then his son with mother B produced daughter D. Daughter D, bred with his son, produced puppy X. So in this case, his son contributed to creating a granddaughter, daughter D. So he's the grandsire who produced sire 2, who produced daughter D. Now, The hybrid vigor comes from mother R, unrelated, mother B, unrelated, mother A, unrelated. So these three dogs, mother A, mother B, and mother R, are creating heterozygosity or not related blood. Whereas this dog being repeated creates homozygosity, repeated blood. So this is why this is line breeding. You're creating unrelated dogs and related dogs.
Now, in
In
relation,
inbreeding, you're only breeding in related dogs, but in line breeding, you have unrelated dogs and related dogs, creating your combination. So notice mother A, unrelated, mother B, unrelated, grandmother R, unrelated. So these three females are creating unrelated blood, but this male is related blood. So now in this position, he's in the third generation. See 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3 with respect to daughter. With respect to this, it's 1. This is letter S missing here. This is 1, 2. So this is 2 generations over here and 3 generations over here.
yes.
This is a half uncle to niece mating.
Now,
Okay, so you guys understand that now when we was talking about the 2-3, the 3-3, the 4-4, the 5-4. You understand
Yeah, that makes more sense right there. That mock-up.
that? Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure we understand that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that he broke it down so that we can comprehend when we hear that in our classroom, you know, when Coach ChatGPT breaks that down for us. She talks about the 3-3s, the 4-4s, the 2-3s, etc. Now, thanks to Alex and Jim, they broke that down visually so that we can see what that truly means. So hopefully you guys are paying attention in class. Let's carry on.
with the respect of that, just for information purposes for me and anybody watching, what would the COR and COI of that?
The COR would be 37.5%, and the COI would be about 9.37% or 9.6. I don't remember. I have to do the math in the calculator. Now, what
Right.
that does is if you have half siblings, they're in the same generation.
That's
So
right.
your CO is 50%. But by making this ancestor one generation lower, third generation here, but second generation here, you dropped it from 50% to 37.5% as COR, and you dropped it from 12.5% to 9.63% as COI.
And it's a safer method of going through it
It's much safer because
than using a brother from the father to go back to the daughter. It's not instant gratification. You're dragging other influences from your dogs.
correct.
with it.
Correct. So if you look at this situation, the one before it, the only heterozygosity you have in half siblings, this is half siblings, is that these are 2 unrelated females with the common male, right? So you have only 2 fresh lines coming in, and they're only 25% each, whereas the father is 50% each. So you're not introducing a lot of unrelated blood. You're reducing, you're cutting down the female line and you're increasing the blood of the male line. Whereas here, instead of having 2 unrelated females, you have 3 unrelated females. Grandmother R, mother A, mother B. Now you have 3 unrelated females.
That's right.
Versus 2. So now you have 3 unrelated dogs. Despite focusing on this dog, you have 3 unrelated dogs. So there's more chance for genetic shuffle, and therefore
Yes. Now
it's
this is
safer.
Brackett's formula.
This is
So-
Brackett's formula.
So
That's right.
this is when, if someone wanted to do some line breeding, that was concerned with, because they're like, I don't want to do half brother, half sister. This is how you do it to line breed and do it safely.
That's
to-
right.
to
It's
the
been
outcome.
proven.
And it takes time. How many years is that right there in generations? that
Well,
it's gonna-
assuming your dog is bred not before 2 years of age, which is the only minimum age you should start breeding, because you don't want to breed kids, you want to breed adults. You got to let the dogs grow up right now. So 3 generations back on this dog, that's 6 years minimum, assuming you bred him at age 2, and then 2 generations back over here. So this is 6 years minimum, and that's assuming
So
he
it's
was proven by 2 years. He may have not been proven by 2 years.
So when someone says they're line breeding, trying to do it safely by using similar to brackets formula.
Right.
You're not. That's 6 years.
6 years to get to this game. That's right.
You're not even. You're not hurting the entire read. You're not even damaging your own program
Right.
by doing it this way. And another 6 years for you. You know what I mean?
That's right. Because now, here's another example where you could do the opposite. It could be doing on the female. Oh, I drew the same drawing. I meant to change it. My bad. Okay. Now what we're gonna do the math, okay? Because I'm gonna show it visually, but I want to show it mathematically. So the COR have first cousins, common grandsires, 1/2 cubed plus 1/2 cubed, which is 1/8 plus 1/8, which is 1/4, which is 25%. The COI is 1/4 of the COR. Now, by the way, these numbers are Hardingman's numbers, not Wright's numbers. For those who don't now, and they're also not embark numbers. So, as I mentioned in other videos, don't confuse pedigree COI with embark COI or Wright's equation. Wright's equation doesn't
Your
work.
program, your family of dogs. Your family of dogs.
Your family of
program,
dogs and your yard, not in the breed as
Yes.
a whole. Right. This is just
different numbers. They're different numbers.
Yep, different numbers right now. So this is basically doing fractions. Everybody, I believe, should be able to do fractions. So COI is 1/4 of the COR, so 1/4 of 25% is 6.25%. Now, in doing brackets formula, half uncle to half niece, or opposite, half aunt to nephew, same idea. Instead of 2/3, it's 3/2. So it's the granddaughter of that common male met to a son of the common male.
That's right.
Versus the opposite, the son of the common male met to the in other words, it's a grandchild on one side, but a child on the other side. Simply the sex is different. Here it's the granddaughter with the grandson. Here it's the son with the granddaughter. But it's the same concept. A plus B. Say again, Jim? I didn't hear you well.
Female.
Yeah,
Focusing on the female.
Focusing on the female, which is a more powerful way, but mathematically it's the same. So let's just do the math. 1/2 cubed plus 1/2 squared is 1/8 plus 1/8, and 1/4 is 2/8. So that makes it the sum 3/8. 3/8 is 37.5%. 1/4 of 37.5% is 9.375%. So what do we have? Half siblings is 12.5. First cousins is 6.25. Now we're exactly in the middle. We're at a little bit below 10, close to 10. We're below 12.5, but above 6.25. We're the sweet spot. That's what this formula gives you, basically. That's what this formula gives you. Now, so this is brackets formula. Notice the position of the dog. Here he's a grandfather, and here he's a father. That's the bottom line. Now, I'm going to close the slideshow and stop sharing. Now, what I wanted to go over with Jim is let's look at some pedigrees, Jim, if you don't mind, and let's see how that looked in real life. Do you agree with that?
Yes, do it.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. So they said a lot. Okay, Alex said a lot. Jim said a lot. This is something that I recommend you all to go back and watch and learn, especially if you are going to play around with this theory of mastering line breeding. Pay attention to what they're telling you, and also how to get still a level of vigor while still maintaining your line without, that's why he said in the beginning, like, he recommends you not do inbreeding, not do line breeding, because most people are not going to do it right. Even though you know the theory, you don't know how to match up dogs correctly. That's why he said it's best for y'all to just outcross, and those of you guys who is coming on later on, you got to watch the whole class from the beginning. We're 3 hours in, damn near 4 hours in, we're almost done, but this is a very in-depth study, and we go over this together as a group, but this is something that you need to study. You see what I'm saying? You need to study this type of stuff for you to comprehend, because going through it one time in this classroom setting is, you're not going to get it. So shout out to Alex for giving us these charts, because he broke down something that I even had a hard time comprehending when they were talking about the 2-3, the 3-2. And, I could have went in depth and figured it out. I had an idea of it, but I didn't understand it visually like how Alex broke it down to us. So salute to Alex for showing us that. But at the same time, a lot of the stuff that they're saying is probably over your head, which is fine. It is fine that you're not comprehending it right now. However, I would advise you to study. Like Caveman said, don't take what Alex says. Don't take what Jim says. Don't take what the coach says. Don't take what Caveman says, Reddy says. Study it yourself. That's all I always tell y'all. Take y'all notes and study, because this is how you're going to learn. And then how you really figure it out is you got to put it in practice. That's why tonight's classroom is masterclass, how to line breed competition / working dogs correctly in theory and in practice. In theory and in practice. Let's carry on.
I'm gonna share some. I'm gonna bring it up so I can see the screen first, so I can do it.
Is it the one? I
Let me. Yeah, I'm gonna share this right screen here. Otherwise, I want to present the right screen. Bear with me, guys. I'm not that fast with this software, so just give me a
Hey,
second.
that's not the one that I shared with you, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. But if you want to share something yourself, you're more than welcome.
It's not one of mine that I've shared with you, right?
Oh no, I don't think so. No.
All right.
All right. Notice this dog, Abigail of Longworth. Remember I told about Lloyd Brackett? Notice the year 1953. That's a long
yeah.
time ago.
Yeah.
Now notice the breeding we're dealing with. Notice what it says. 3-2 on champion Nix von Longworth. Hardyman's coefficient 9.96. Now, remember I told you guys it's a quarter of the COR? That's an estimate. That's not precise. That's more or less a quarter of the COR. So notice in precisely calculating it, it's 9.96. In this dog, another dog, it may be 9.3. In another dog, it may be 9.6. In other words, the COI being a quarter of the COR, it's approximate. It's not the exact formula. It's just a rough rule of thumb. It's not exact. Okay, just FYI. Now,
Right.
notice these tab stops 4-3 and 4-3. Do you guys see that? What it's saying is this is the papa of this dog Nix, Elga von Saliba, and this is the mama of this dog, Gary of Benlor. Notice it says Rom, Register of Merit. This was a Westminster Kennel Club winner, basically. Now, so if the dog is 3-2, his parents are therefore 4-3. You see how that works? If he's in the third generation, his father is in the fourth generation. If he is in the second generation, his mother is in the third generation. In other words, so if you're breeding on this dog as a 3-2, you're breeding on his parents, both of them, as 4-3. You see that? And then the great grandparents are therefore 5-4, 5-4. You see how that works? The tab stops is so when you're bringing forth a dog into the pedigree, you're bringing forth, therefore, you can't help but breed on his parents and grandparents if you're inbreeding on him. You follow how that works?
It's faster to lose it than it is to gain it, because every time you come forward a generation, you've lost half of all of that work, because they go back.
Exactly. Exactly. Now notice this breeding is a very interesting breeding. 3, 4, then 5. Now, this gets back to Jim's point about backmassing. Now, this ancestor is in the third generation, in the fourth generation, and in the fifth generation. This is a grandfather, great-grandfather, and a great-great-grandfather. So somebody really liked this dog. Seeger, SGR, Seeger, 1937, champion, CH. Pfeiffer von Bern, Rom, Register of Merit, 6. So even though he's in the fifth generation, because he's repeated in the third and fourth generation, by repeating him 3 times in a row, we have 6.45%. So even though 3-3 is 6.25, here he's in the fifth and fourth, so he would be less, right? But because he's been repeated and accumulated so many times, he's effectively like a grandfather even though he's a great-grandfather and a great-great-grandfather. See what I mean about backmassing?
And
And
explain
if
that
you,
3, 4, 5. The
so he's
3,
a
4.
grandfather. So notice it's 3, 4, then dash. Notice the way
That's
it's
right.
written. What it means is that in the father, on the left is always the male. So this dog in the father was a 3-4 line breeding. Not very
That's
powerful. Remember I told you 3-4 is not very powerful?
That's right.
But then he was bred to the female, which had that same dog in the 5th generation. And a non-powerful mating all of a sudden became a powerful mating because
right.
the dog was repeated. That's the point of this. Now, if you look
Yeah,
at this
understand
dog, I
we're
don't know if
talking
you ever,
about the backmassing. I just wanted to point out for the people watching that 3, 4 means it's on the sire side, then there's the dash, and there he is again.
Right.
On
right.
to
The dash means that's the mother side, and the comma means double on the father side.
next.
Right. Now notice these dogs look identical to each other. If you click on Nix of Longworth, this is another Longworth dog, right, from the Longworth kennel who developed the brackets formula, right? Notice this is from what, 1934 or something like that. When was she? 1942. This is during World War II. Notice she herself is a 4-4, in other words, in other words, a double second cousin marriage, V rated. In other words, V rated means a high level champion. Dachs von Bern, 5.47, and a 5.5 on Seeger from 1925. Now notice the numbers, 5.47 and 2.54. So she's not inbred on one dog, she's inbred on 2 dogs. But the point is that these are not just any dogs. Notice it says Seeger. That's the winner of all of Germany in 1925. Of course, 1925 was before World War II. That's why he was able to get this dog, and it's 5 generations away because this is a dog from 1942. So 1925 would have been, you can tell from the year, 1942, and this dog is from 1925. You see so this is over 20 years time span between this dog and this dog. So that tells you how long line breeding takes. This is a dog from 1925, and this is a dog from 1942. Now, what's significant about this female is that she's part of the other dog's pedigree I just showed you, but she's line bred herself. In other words, you're accumulating the dogs you like in the pedigree by repeating them. So that's my point. Now let's show another pedigree to show the example again,
Hey,
because
Alex.
it's not obvious what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
Hey, I don't mean to be popping in there while you're explaining, but I just want to point things out while we're there, so I don't forget.
Yeah, of course. That's
to
no.
bring-
You're more than welcome. Yeah.
Even considering those 20 years, that's not counting the breedings that happened that there wasn't in there worth selecting to keep back. It's not
Right.
for that.
That's the
selected
point. That's the point. You made a very good point. Notice the dogs which were selected, or V in the German Shepherd, you have SG, sehr gut, then V, then VA, select. So notice the dogs selected are like the LeBron James of dogs. In other words, they were the creme de la creme dogs. They were not like any dogs, but they were the la creme dogs of their time period. Now,
They were the apex.
they were
animal.
the top of the top of the top. They were the creme de la creme, as judged by a judge, not by the breeder. Because a breeder may have kennel blindness and may love his own dogs.
Right.
But a judge is a neutral arbiter. So that was as determined by a judge. Now,
Yeah, you have to be honest with your own self, with your own assessment of your own animals, because you develop an eye and you develop those abilities to make sure you're keeping the right animal. And if you're not,
right,
you're back to the drawing board.
must discard it.
Okay, I have to stop right there. So remember when we did our Malinois masterclass, and we were dealing with that individual who, he's a breeder, he's got a lot of experience, he's a, trainer, he's got champion dogs, he's the creme of the creme when it comes to Malinois guys and his experience, and how he was talking about how they were breeding the creme of the creme, the LeBron Jameses to the LeBron Jameses, and you know, that was a philosophy for a while, and then, you know, they come to find out that wasn't the best philosophy at the end of the day, and then, you know, they were breeding a certain type to a certain type, and then they figured out that they were breeding, you know, certain dogs that were producers versus certain dogs that was performers. So, you know, I always want us to understand that in theory, that makes sense. Taking Kobe Bryant's kids to Michael Jordan's kids, and you're getting, you know, like in theory that makes sense, but when with the genetic lottery, it don't play that way. Sometimes it does, most of the time it doesn't. And so keep that in mind when you hear them speak like that. Yes, in theory, they're talking, that's correct in theory now. But because as engineers, and I always emphasize this to us, because we know better, you never know until you test everything, not just performance. You got to test them in breeding too.
Facts.
You have to test them in breeding as well. One could be a good performer, one could be a good breeder, one could be both. One could be one or the other. One could be trash in both. One could be trash in both. And you're like, so the theories make sense, you guys. And it's okay to base your program in the beginning off your theories, but everything makes sense at the end when you put it in practice. Think about when you're a doctor and you get your, you know, you get your degree and you pass your stuff to become a doctor, and now you're a doctor. They say with doctors, it's called practicing medicine. Have you heard that term before?
Yeah.
Okay. They say that for a reason. Okay. Because there's so many variables when you're dealing with medicine and operating on people. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You're practicing.
Exactly.
Through your experience, you get better. Same thing with us when we're cooking up dogs. The theory is the start. That's where we learn. That's where we get our degree in theory. But you get your expertise in practice, okay? And the only way you can be the best at what you do is you got to try everything. Everything is tested. Everything, okay? So I just wanted to make sure I emphasize that, because you might hear that and you might be like, okay, I'm throwing, you know, all these ones as weak performers, they're out of here. Well, you might throw away the best fucking producer you ever fucking had in your line. I'm just saying.
Facts.
I mean, let's carry on. We almost done. Let's carry on.
From the
You
breeding
lost
program,
2 years.
right?
You lost 2 years, and you might repeat that breeding
For nothing.
increase. You're looking for the best example of those dogs line breeding, passing their traits on forward.
Exactly. If you look at the example that I just gave, the great grandfather, which is 5th generation, there's a 20-year time span between 1925 and 1943. Why so long? Because they were waiting to see how the dogs developed. So notice this is not a fast game. Notice in the example I just gave, there was a 20-year time span between. That dog was so well loved. He was a grandfather, great-grandfather, and a great-grandfather, because they thought so highly of him. So he was worth repeating, even though so much time has passed. So Jim is making
That's
a valid point. You're not line breeding for the sake of line breeding. In other words,
Got to stop there. So when he says what he says about that particular dog being used still, even though, you know, there's offspring that, you know, 20 years ahead of him, you know, because it's so hard. I'm telling you guys, it's not an easy thing, but it's so hard to have a pre-potent top tier producing dog that you try to mimic that in its offspring and you don't get it. You get dogs that might be good to others, but to, let's say, myself or to that breeder or to the ones who knew about that dog, they're like, well, damn it, you know, his sons, his grandsons, his, you know, his great-grand, whatever, his you know, his kids, great-great-grand, they wasn't up to par to him. So guess what? They had to bring him back up in there to the front. Because for example, if Black Hawk does his thing and produces what he produces, and he sets him apart from AK, I'm not adding AK back into Black Hawk's line. Now, if Black Hawk doesn't cut it, but I think I might be able to fix it, I might throw back AK back into Black Hawk's lineage just to see if I can fix it. Maybe I can throw AK's pre-potency back in that line. So now, AK is now, back to the, let's say he's in the 5th, now he's back into the 2nd. So maybe now AK is 5'2", like how they was breaking down those brackets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to break that down so that you guys got to understand what they're talking about. There's a reason why you bring a dog back to the front that's 20 years removed, because you wasn't satisfied with what your offspring was doing. It was okay, but you wasn't satisfied. So you're like, man, I got to bring that infusion of this pre-potency back that I was hoping to get out of these great grandkids and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't giving me that the freaking,
smoke, that fire.
Yeah. And that's why I tell you guys always to collect all your dogs. Because you never know when you might need to bring something back to bring that kick back. Hopefully you don't have to, but you never know. Okay? So let's carry on.
Or if you're inbreeding, you're not inbreeding for the sake of inbreeding. You're inbreeding
Even
on a
worse than
dog.
breeding if you're not doing it properly. Even worse.
Even worse, because you'll amplify the bad traits, not the good traits. Right.
Like
So
that.
there is selection pressure involved, not just, in other words, we're showing you how the genetics line up in terms of the relationships between these ancestors, but we're showing you that the creme de la creme animals were selected, and a lot of time passed to figure out which animals are what they're worth and what they're not worth. The dogs must be proven, and then we are
And
line
if they-
breeding on the best examples.
Okay, the Bakari. No, it was we did a master class on the Malinois breeding. It's called Malinois breeding. I forgot what it says, but you'll see it on one of our classes that we did. Acquisitive Dijon knows what I'm talking about. Already knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, we did a master class on the Malinois, and it was a particular gentleman who breeds Mals, who trains them, who has he's the tip of the top of the shit when it comes to Mals. Worldwide, world known, and he was breaking that whole shit down, breeding and breeding philosophies and breeding theories that he's been in it for so long. He's been around the OGs. He went to Belgium. Like he's a real connoisseur of the Malinois and got the accolades. And he was talking about, in theory, they was breeding best to the best, these kennel clubs. And they had these philosophies on breeding, kind of like what Alex and Jim is talking about. But he was telling us through his experience, he learned that there's certain dogs that you would have threw in the trash that were top tier, or certain dogs that he sold to somebody else that he thought was but then he it's in somebody else's hands, and then he's like, damn it, why did I give that dog away? Or he bred one that he thought was going to be the producer, and then the other one that he didn't think was the producer. That's what I'm talking about. But if you missed that class, the Bakaria, go check that one out. That was a good class we did too, man. It's a great class, actually. So check that one out. But let's carry on.
Don't pass the test
Right.
for selection. There went
Out
that
of the-
time, and now you've got to back up. Maybe use that one that you saved back, that male that you're trying to do it with. Now you've got to repeat the breeding, find a better
Right.
selection. There went 2
Right.
years. Now we're 2 years.
Now you've lost 2 years, because now that with that particular female, he didn't work out. He maybe didn't have a scissor bite, or maybe he didn't have the right temperament. It's very hard to breed out aggression in dogs. Aggression is very hard to breed out. Maybe he produced with that female a super aggressive dog, or maybe he produced a dog with weak nerves, who's a
With the
fear
line
biter.
breeding, we're just trying to breed into the characteristics of a great apex animal being brought forward to be able to produce itself, to give those offspring the abilities to be able to
That's
do
right.
their
Okay, Jim. Hey, Jim hit the nail on the head. Jim hit the nail on the head. Okay. You take that animal that you see that's showing you what you cooked as much as possible. We know you ain't getting 100%. Okay. That's showing you what you cooked. Like I said, you're not going to get 100%. Do not tell yourself if you don't see 100% of what's in your notes that you call it. Don't tell yourself that. Or that dog don't have the spirit that you want in it. You call it. Don't do that. But not only do you test it in its performance abilities, you got to see if it can produce itself or better than itself or better than the parents or the same as the parents. Okay. You take that into your theory wheelhouse, practice that, and then you should be able to pass on to the next generation and keep your wheel turning. Because if not, then it's going to take you a while. Then you got to scrap your project because nothing worked. And then you got to try something different. And, you know, maybe this one didn't click. You got to try another bitch. So all this shit is coming into play. But he hit the nail on the head because not only you got to watch what you see in its ability and performance and the structure and the phenotype, genotype, and all that shit, but it's got to produce itself too and greater than itself too. Is all that shit play? You know what I'm saying? So please pay attention in class. We about to wrap this one up.
the
To be able
characteristics.
to do their work. Correct.
Most-
So that brings up another important point. How do you know which dog is worth line breeding or non breeding? By confirmation alone? No. You have to have some kind of a test to prove the dog. So if you're breeding a terrier and it can't be a good ratter and it can't hunt rats, then that's not a good terrier. You see what I'm saying?
That's
So
right.
dogs were not always pets. Dogs worked. So if you had to get rid of rats and the terrier was afraid of a rat, it's not a dog you want to keep.
That's
So-
right. You know, it's hard because, you know, I have a few mentors and they're all good at mentoring, a lot of similarities. Some have other information that others don't have that help you to develop yourself to do you, focusing on your goal. Do you,
right.
you know, do your research. You can't, it's never ending. Always researching, always discussing with other breeders, this, that, you know, being able to not, you know, like call someone out and like, oh, you're doing it wrong. Well, you know, do you know your own animals? How do you have time to know someone else's yard and their animals?
Preach, Jim. Preach, Jim. Y'all heard what Jim said. Preach, Jim. Come on, man. Don't be telling another man how to do his shit. Stay in your own yard. You know what I mean? Worry about your own shit. You know, that's enough. You know, that's one thing that we need to do at the end of the day, which I know that's not us, but, you know, if you want to compare yourself to your brother, do it in a way where we're pushing each other to be great. Don't ever hinder our brothers or our sisters' vision in their craft. Whether you agree with it or not, all you need to say to me is, Coach, I don't really understand what you're doing, but is it going to make your program better? Is it going to make your dogs better? Is that why you're doing it? And if you can tell me yes, then I'm going to let you rock. I'm not going to say, oh, man, you know, you shouldn't do that. What are you thinking? You're going to destroy your whole shit. And that's what Jim's saying. Just come on, man. I mean, all that shit, everybody and other people's formulas, stay in your own yard. Stay in your own formula wheelhouse. And if you ain't there to encourage your brother, then just keep your mouth shut. Unless they're asking you, if they're asking you for some constructive criticism, give it to them constructively. But other than that, don't be petty and downplaying your brother when it comes to shit or anybody else. You see somebody shit you don't like, keep it moving, man. We grown men. We ain't got time for that shit. I digress. Let's carry on.
And what they're doing, you know, trying to help each other, you know, to come up with some answers and share your experiences as you go,
Right.
you know.
And also, you have to consider the expense of all this because we're talking about genetics. Okay, that's all well and good. But remember, you had to feed and house so many animals, and you're dealing with living things. It's a lot of responsibility. You're not dealing with toasters,
10 to 15-year commitment
10 to
per
15-year commitment per dog. So you have to figure out what are I call it carrying costs. Because in real estate, if you're flipping a house, you're paying the mortgage interest while you're repairing it until you can flip it, right? Where you get your money out of it, right? But in the meantime, you're carrying the mortgage note until you can flip it, right? Let's say that's called a carrying cost. That's a term from real estate, right? So in dogs, in my breeding program, I estimate easily, on average, $250 a month in food and vet costs and housing costs. Times 4 dogs, that's $1,000 a month. So 14 dogs, the size of the breed determines how much food you spend. Don't get me wrong.
sure.
But if you're breeding dogs, you don't want to give them crappy food. You want to give them
Or
good
the quality. Or the
food. The
quality.
quality of the food has to be good food. You can't give them crap. Now,
Can't give them 7% fat.
no, you have to keep them like athletes. You got to exercise them. You got to keep them maintained. You got to train them. You got to prove them. You got to take them to shows. You got to do work. You got to work them. You can't just breed and just have a bunch of dogs in your yard and now
Just for the sake of breeding.
just for the sake of breeding and making money. That's not how it works.
Just for the sake of inbreeding. Oh, look, I got a double on this. Well, why did you do that? You have to know
Why-
why
yeah,
you want to do something. What's the purpose?
What's the purpose? What kind of characteristics do you want in that animal, right? So basically,
Okay, so he says some real shit. So for those of you who be pedigree clocking, I got a 20 times this and a 50 times that and a 1,000 times this. Why? Like you said, why? Why do you have that? What did you try to make that make sense? And I guarantee they can't make it make sense. Because if you breeding like that and it's that many times in the pedigree, you know you done fucked up your genetic, like we know you got inbreeding depression and line breeding depression. That shit's fucking washed out. That shit's fucked up. We know that for a fact genetically, if you're talking like that. So, like he said, why? Why did you inbreed to that shit 6 times? What did you get out of that? And I guarantee they're not gonna be able to tell you that. So when you hear people talk like that shit, they don't know what the fuck they talking about. Especially if you're talking about performance animals. Okay, so shout out to Jim, man. Shout out to the OGs that's talking this experience because they hear the same shit that I hear. Some of y'all might hear that dumb shit too. But when you're doing competition animals, that don't make sense to us. We know, like, bro, if I took AK 6 times, I'm fucking AK up. What the fuck is AK 6 times up close for? What kind of stupid shit is that? But I digress. Let's keep it going.
you have to understand what you're doing, while you're doing it, and while you're doing all this, you're living life, you're raising your family. Most people have kids. Kids go to college. That's a big expense. You might have a wedding for your daughter when she's in the right age. That's a big expense. So breeders, this is kind of a way of life, guys. This is not just like a
And then you do it.
occasional thing. You know what I mean? It's a way of life.
Then you do that breeding. It's like, oh man, I can't wait and all that. And oh wow, now we got a C-section. Oh man, you have losses. You may have lost the whole thing, all of them. Mother,
Yeah.
puppies, or just all the puppies, or just a mother. Now you better do your
Now, C-section, emergency
bottle feeding.
$500. Yeah.
Yeah.
People think breeding is easy. You put 2 dogs together, they mate, and it's easy. No, it's not. First of all, not always 2 dogs mate. It's not that easy. Sometimes a female will reject the male. Sometimes the male is inexperienced. Sometimes you miss the heat cycle. Basically, you've just lost all the money for that litter because you didn't take.
Hey, that's
Also,
another.
you might go ahead, Jim. Yeah.
That's another thing. What about giving vaccinations or medications or flea medicines while your mother's carrying your puppies, or even previous to their cycle? Those things can affect it could prolong them from coming to the cycle. It could make it not come around the time that you're expecting.
Correct. Also, exactly. And also vitamins affect it. For example, when you have a female in your yard, You gotta give those B vitamins, guys. You gotta give those folic acid, like just like pregnant women. You gotta give them folic acid. You gotta give them the B vitamins. You increase their food intake. You give them high quality vitamins. That's why I said new vitamins, because you gotta give them the folic acid. You gotta give them the B vitamins for them to come into heat. What I also found, you have a little bit of a skin condition, give them sardines for the omega-3, omega-6. Give them a little bit of sardines. That gives you omega-6, omega-3. It's all natural. It's a sardine can. It will cost you what, 78 cents a can, whatever that is.
That's right.
But the bottom line is, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, you gotta take care of your dogs, guys. This is not, we're discussing lion breeding, but it's in the context of breeding as a business. In other words, it's not genetic experiments, because if you want to do genetic experiments, you need to have a short-lived animal. So if you have guinea pigs or rats or mice, you can do genetic experiments because they have a very short lifespan. You want to do genetic experiment? Chickens, yeah. Chickens live only 3 years, so they're gonna die anyhow.
Some live long. They end up in the pot faster than anything else.
That's right.
You know,
You have a mistake. What you did, you put them in the pot, you cook it.
They'll be gone for no reason, or a predator got them. Maybe not here on my yard because my dogs are ready for the predator.
You have chickens, Jim?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay. So you see what I'm saying? So breeding birds and breeding dogs is very different. You don't like what you do with a bird, you're gonna eat it, and you have no problem.
That's what they do. The chickens give us eggs and feed us and our animals as well.
Right. That's right.
Chicken. And,
That's right.
and they make lovely pets. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah,
they taste better.
Well, the people can inbreed chickens a lot further. They can inbreed dogs without any problems, because in birds the role of the sexes is reversed. In mammals, you have X and Y chromosome, and the female has XX, and the male determines the gender of the child, but depending if he passes an X or he passes a Y. But in birds, the female has I think it's Z and GG. I forgot what they're called.
I have a friend that does that, and I'm like, everyone, he'll call and he'll talk about the genetics on the chickens, and I'm like, you're the chicken person. I leave it to him.
Yeah, chicken genetics is bird genetics, which is not different from reptile genetics, because birds came from dinosaurs. But the bottom line is, mammalian genetics and reptile genetics is not identical. There's similarities. I mean, cousins are cousins and uncles are uncles, but you could inbreed a lot further with birds without any deleterious effects. But you can't do that with mammals.
Okay, I want to stop right there real quick. Okay, so you know how some people try to compare poultry breeding to dog breeding, or like game chickens to game dogs, and two different type of breeding animals and two different type of outcomes when you breed them. And one more thing that's very important when you think about that, let's say if you're talking about game dogs versus game cocks, think of how much influence you have over a dog's mind versus you have zero influence over a fucking chicken's mind. Okay, so the philosophy of breeding, yeah, you can throw it in a theory box and mix it up, but there's like apples and oranges. So don't let that theory of them both thinking that you can breed a chicken the same way you can breed a damn dog and get the same results. Okay, so I know K-Man can elaborate on that a little bit. What you think, K-Man?
Well, yeah, they're different. I mean, DNA works the same and everything as far as that goes, but what that is, what he was saying, it's Z and W. The hen carries both sex chromosomes, and the male only carries 2 male chromosomes. Just the opposite of mammals.
Okay, got it.
That's how you can breed sex-linked chickens. You can breed a recessive colored rooster to a dominant colored hen, and as soon as the chickens are born, you know what sex they are just by what color they are, because the color is on the male, the Z chromosome.
So would you say it's hard to be a dog competition? rooster? You hear me, K-Man?
No, you broke up.
I said, would you say it's harder to breed a dog for competition than a rooster?
Yeah. Yeah, like he said, they inbreed the shit out of them chickens. Like they'll, like if they're established in a line, they will breed 2 chickens. They'll take a son, breed it back to the mother, and then they'll inbreed the offspring off of that. And they may do that several times, breed brother to sister, year after year.
Okay, that's I just wanted you to. I know you know something about this. I just want us to understand that because you might hear that, you guys. So when you hear that type of shit, and somebody try to compare that, like like their philosophy gonna work with competition dogs, think again, okay? Think again now, because a chicken is not a dog and a dog's not a chicken. Let's keep it going.
Have to be careful
You
that
know,
you don't have congenital defects.
Alex, I know we're going to be closing it up here pretty soon, and I just want to be able to say, that research, you can learn from someone new, old. If you've been doing it 30 years, you can learn from somebody younger. You do your research. Just because someone says, "Oh, this is who said to do this," I was there. It might may have been their experience along their journey. We're all on our own journeys, and you got to do you and know your goals and go for them accordingly with what your plan is.
I agree. What I wanted to add is that in everything you do, you must be ethical. And let me explain what I mean by that. There's a couple of facets. And the reason Jim is here is because as a guest of this show, I don't deal with people who are not ethical. I believe ethics is everything. So let me touch a couple of points. There's a test now called Embark, which tests for genetic diseases. For $150 for the first dog and $100 for every other dog in your yard, they give you a discount once you buy one kit. You can pretty much identify every genetic disease, that not everything, but a lot. So a breeder that doesn't embark their dogs, doesn't test, and they're going to embark upon inbreeding dogs, they shouldn't be doing that because they're not sure they're going to partner a carrier with another carrier. And you do that before you breed, not after you breed. You have to test, number one. Number two, in large breed dogs like mine, Jim has a small breed, so hip dysplasia is not a problem because the weight of the dog is so small. Hips are not really affected by weight. But in a large breed dog like mine, which is a German Shepherd, or a Great Dane, or a Mastiff, or a Rottweiler, these are big breeds with a lot of weight on them. You should do hip x-rays and figure out if you have a potential hip dysplasia issue. Now, what I will say is if it's unilateral hip dysplasia, not bilateral, it's usually environmental, not genetic. But if it's bilateral hip dysplasia, in other words, both hips, it's usually genetic. But you can rule that out by testing your dogs. Another thing, don't breed them too young. Don't breed a 1-year-old female. She's like a 16-year-old girl. She's a teenager. She's not an adult. That's number three. Number four.
Just the age. You still need to assess your animal. Are they mature?
Well, people who are breeding strictly for money, they don't care. They just want to breed.
Yeah, they may be 2 years old and still acting like a kid. You're going to end up with a mother, if you breed them too soon, that is going to be interested in taking care of your puppies. Maybe, be like.
Now you're bottle feeding 12 puppies.
They may consume them because they're, there's lots of things to happen.
That's right.
Not ready mentally and physically.
That's right.
You may have the
2
opportunity.
years old, but mentally not grown up yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
It varies. There's no hard and fast rule. You got to watch the individual female. The other thing you have to be able to do is take a dog back. If your dog is
early, but physically they're not matured, but mentally they might. But so you just got to, form bonds with your animals, learn their behaviors. Watch and learn. They will tell you if you listen. They're going to speak to you.
That's right. You have to have a relationship with your dogs. You have to obedience train your dogs. You have to have some. You just can't have dogs in your yard that you haven't trained. You don't have an obedience relationship with them. You don't have a familial relationship with them. You have to know your animals and you have to care about your animals. I know I put a lot of sleepless nights with a litter that is on the ground because they have to be fed every 2 hours, be kept extra warm. It takes a very caring person to be a breeder, and it's not for everybody, guys.
You
So
know,
I just want to make sure people know that.
getting back to your embark, I wanted to say something before we got too far away from it. But you know, breed relevant diseases. You know, we have a couple of breed that is genetic diseases that are relevant to our breed.
Correct.
You know, for me, since I use forms and methods of line breeding, you know, by the time the genetic information gets reported somewhere, that you've seen it popping up in other places in your breed, a different genetic disease other than the couple that we test for, by the time they get all the information gathered, reported from all over throughout the breed, that it becomes relevant, now it's all over. But if you see
Right.
it, you know, it's in the breed.
Right.
It's in the breed. I see it in my breed, but it's not relevant. But if it's in the breed, you better believe that it's going to be relevant, and you can head it off before you wait for them to say it's
Yeah.
relevant. Breed.
That happened in the German Shepherd in the UK. They had epilepsy, and they found it goes back to one particular famous grandsire called the popular sire syndrome. In other words, he was used a lot as a stud dog, so he's in a lot of dogs' pedigrees. He had epilepsy. Now, once they traced it, the question becomes, well, now you know which dogs produce epilepsy, which females are his daughters which produce epilepsy. Epilepsy usually appears in sons and not in daughters, and daughters are carriers. Well, do you put those females down because they carry epilepsy? You invested a lot of money into those dogs, a lot of love and a lot of care.
Okay, he just made a great point that the coach was talking about earlier on in the class, where the ethics come along and it's a blurred line. And like he said, you got top tier damn performers off there. You using that damn dog for a reason. Do I just destroy the whole line because it's got epilepsy? When even though it has that, we used it for a reason because it was top tier performers. Like that's something that you really gonna have to fight with yourself about.
Yeah.
No, because you can get clean daughters out of that line.
Okay, how would you clean it up? Okay,
What he's talking about is a sex-linked disease. It's carried on the X chromosome. That's why he said the sons are getting it. The sons only have one X chromosome, so they don't have a clean Y, or they don't have a clean X to cancel out the disease, where the daughter can have a clean copy from her dad, and she won't have the disease. It'll mask it. You know, so you can breed just like any recessive trait, you can breed that out.
but are you breeding it out or are you just asking?
No, you breed it out because she's only given a copy to half of her puppies. She's given a clean copy to the other half. So if you breed her to a male that has a clean X, you know, half of those pups would be clean.
So why was he thinking that they should have probably scrapped some females that carry it? Obviously, why does he think like that when it can be possibly spread out?
I don't know. But that's how sex-linked traits work. You can have the same thing in chickens. Breeding chickens, you can have what's called a fatal gene in the roosters. They get it from the mother, and all the male chicks will die, and only the females will live.
And so you can correct that.
Yep. Yep. Or you could use it to your advantage if you want. If you only wanted chickens to lay eggs, you could keep that in there, and you wouldn't have to raise any roosters. You wouldn't have to send them out or nothing.
Okay, so with dogs, if you were in that situation, what he's talking about, when you pinpointed where that epilepsy came from, and it came from a dog that was heavily used and they used it for a reason, and you didn't want to scrap all your hard work, you would say, I'm not scrapping it, I can fix it. That's what you would say, versus, the ethical way would be like, you got to destroy that line because it's a strong carrier and it's been carrying it since. So you would try to fix it.
I'm not saying I would. I mean, and I'm not saying I wouldn't. I guess you'd have to put me but yeah, in the right situation, I would breed that out, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I would try to breed that out too. I wouldn't destroy it.
Facts. That's a lot of put a lot of time and money in that.
Yeah. Now it might take me 20 years to try to mask it all the way out to where it's not relevant. It might take me 20 years.
Yeah. Another thing is you're also getting rid of all the other genetic diversity that those dogs carry if you just cull them.
Mm-hmm. True. So that's why it's a divide with some breeders when it comes to this health testing, because if you follow that, you damn near throwing the baby out with the bathwater if you follow that to a T, damn near. And a lot of guys and programs don't want to throw away their hard work. That would really honestly be my dilemma. Like, do I throw my hard work and start all over? And let's say I don't have that disease, but I lose the performance. Like, that's what I would be like pissed.
Right.
Dogs don't have the disease, but they don't perform like my old dogs used to. That shit will fuck me up. That'll fuck me up.
Yeah, but if you got a long-term program, you should have like 3 generations of dogs on your yard, and you just back up. You know what I mean? You shouldn't like be in that scenario where you only have one gene, or you know what I mean, one genetic selection of your production, and all the rest of them are gone.
Well, what if it carries, like how he was talking about that stud, which the line is based off of, it, they traced it back to him. So, like if it's going back to your main stud, once you find out you did the genetics, oh shit, this is where the fucking root is. You like, damn it, I got to scrap the root. I got to cut the root out, because that's what you would normally do if you got a bad root or a bad tree. You cut it, you unroot it.
Hopefully one of those generations it had skipped.
Yeah, well, hopefully we didn't start out with any of that. But yeah, they were doing a lot of inbreeding to solidify the traits and the mixes and shit they were making, and then they were like breeding to the same dog over and over and over, and then one of his sons would be the next champion, and they'd breed to him over and over and over. And
yeah, that makes sense, K-Man. That's exactly what they were doing. That's exactly what they were doing. And that's what, the gentleman that we was doing, we did the master class on the Malinois, how those breeding clubs was doing shit too. Certain champions, Malinois, they kept breeding to over and over. You know what I mean? Same shit. So, man, these theories, but like I said, when it comes to being ethical, you like, damn it, man. That's the fine line when you're dealing with performance animals. Because think about these racehorses and think about their career, how long their careers are. Their careers aren't even that long. So do you think they really worry about health like that?
Hell no.
I don't know. I just like, if they're like, okay, this horse can live 25 years, but his racing career is only what, 4 years? I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I don't know what their career is. I think they just roll the
As
dice.
long as they win, that's their career.
Well, just they run it to the
Then
career.
they breed them. Like they're breeding them while they racing them as their winners. So then as soon as that joint loses, the offspring is right there. That's gonna be the new champion if they think.
Yeah. Yeah. So definitely you should be ethical. Always think about the health of your animals for sure, for sure. But I always want to make you guys think, if you do have a superior line or superior dog and you come to find out that dog carries something, are you really going to scrap it? Just think about that. And if you do, that's your prerogative. And then honestly, and if you don't, that's your prerogative too. I wouldn't shun you if you had a top tier animal that had some type of disease in it, and you like, well, fuck, you shouldn't breed it because it's carrying that disease. But that motherfucker's top tier in performance and producers. I'm gonna look at you like, you know what? I'll take my chances. Because like I said, look at you as a human being and see how many motherfucking shit you got in your line.
Facts.
So anyway, we're almost done. I just wanted us to think about that because he just brought up that point. He brought up that point with that German Shepherd out there in Germany.
Do you put them down, or do you spay them and never use them for breeding again? Goes back to ethics. If you have a disease that is spreading like wildfire in your breed, as example, epilepsy in the UK happened in German Shepherds in the 50s and 60s. I have a book which has a chapter on it. I don't have it in front of me, but I can quote it, and it's what I'm saying is accurate. It's based on that author. Well, if you found which females carried that male, which was proven to be an epileptic dog, which causes epilepsy, do you then stamp out that entire line because you're going to have diseases? Now, if you're ethical, you should completely spay all those dogs or neuter every carrier from that family tree. Start again. But a lot of breeders will know the dog has epilepsy. They know it. And they says, oh, I'm going to pet him out. So the fact that you didn't want to do it means somebody else has to have a sick dog which has seizures because you were too focused on making money with the dog you have, even though you knew it had epilepsy. So again, guys, I'm talking about ethics here. Ethics is very critical in being a breeder. You have to understand what you're doing, why you're doing it, have to have goals, but you have to have ethics. That is the key that everybody will tell you. Jim, you have anything to add?
That's about it for me. I mean, I can't think of anything we didn't touch base on that we were wanting to talk about. And for sure, glad that you invited me in.
Okay. We done, we done did our thing. Aha. We done did our thing, man. What do y'all think? Great. I mean, that was a great class.
Nah, they killed it.
Yeah,
That was great.
Salute to them fellas.
pretty technical.
Yeah. That's why I tell you guys, please go back and watch again. If you want to watch the video without us in the background, you can, go, you can see his YouTube handle, go to his YouTube, just watch it and just study it. If you plan to do some line breeding, I would advise you to study what these gentlemen were talking about and apply what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? And like he said, he advised you not to do it. He told you that in the beginning. He told us that in the beginning. Just outcross. Play it safe. Play it safe. You know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to build a line, then there's a right way to do it. And he and Jim nailed it on the head. I think they did a very good job of it. A lot of stuff that they were saying, Caveman was, kind of broke down to us before too as well. So, I just wanted us to have our class on line breeding so that we can comprehend it, because what we're doing is not what everybody else is doing. We're trying to breed high performance competition type working animals. And You know, there's a thin line with that ethical play. It's a thin line. You know, it's a thin line, man.
It's all subjective.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
We'll say if you've ever seen a dog have a seizure, it will make you sick to your stomach.
No, I have.
I have too.
And
Yeah.
have seizures. Yeah, I've done seen it. And yeah, it's definitely anybody having a seizure is no bueno. Shit.
Word.
You know. So yeah, that's something that would definitely like, oh. But I mean, if they were using it, that might be some, you know, if they kept using it, I mean, it must not have been that bad. If they kept using it.
Yeah.
You know, maybe 1 out of, I don't know, 50 dogs maybe had that shit and it popped out the dog itself having seizures and epilepsy and all that shit. You know? A whole bunch of characters.
What it would be is one daughter, or not one daughter, but half of the daughters would be carriers and half of the sons would be affected.
Ah, damn, that's a lot though.
Damn.
Now, that's if the male is clean. Now, if the male
Oh,
is
shit. Okay,
if
I see
the
what you're saying.
X, yeah.
So the male's not carrying it, he just actually has it.
Well, then he's a double carrier. Well, no, he's not a double. He has 1X, but no, there's a carrier that has one copy that's not affected.
Okay, so
shit.
the male who's affected is carrying double copies.
What's that?
So the male that's affected, he's carrying 2 copies.
No, I started to say that wrong. He only has one copy, and that's all it takes for him to be affected because he only has one X chromosome. So
Gotcha.
he doesn't have a clean X to cancel it out, where the females do. But the female only gives that disease chromosome to half of her puppies. But now if
It's the males that get it.
yeah. That's with the sex linked diseases.
That's crazy.
The
That's
sex-
interesting. It's crazy.
And that's another reason why I say about the X chromosome and mitochondria, the female is important.
Yeah, very important if she's passing it on like that.
Word.
Okay, well, shit, we beat this one up, man. You know, with the merch, if y'all are interested in the merch, man, DM me. You know, let me know what you know. Like, coach, I don't want to fuck with some, you know, hey, coach, and holler at me, and you know, we could talk about it. And yeah, that'd be a great way that you could support what I have going on, but at the same time, you know, get something in return that's quality. You know what I'm saying? So definitely going to be promoting that. And you know, hopefully I can receive some of your support. Would be nice in 2026 for sure.
Word.
However, man, we don't beat that shit up, man. We don't beat it up. Till next time, you know what I mean? I mean, shit. That's it, man. Hit the replay.
Word. This was a great one.
But yeah, we out, man.
Word. Till next week, y'all. Salute to the chat.
On Friday, I'll be on
Oh yeah, tomorrow, right?
Yep, 5 p.m. Pacific. So that'll be what in yours? That'll be 8 p.m. on your end, right? Ready? You're in the East Coast. Yeah, 3 hours ahead of us. So yeah, check that out, you guys. You know, hopefully that'll be a dope interview. But all right, man, we out of here. Peace.